No. I will show it to
This
you.
is what happened.
The new dog park.
When I opened it, some of the crumbs fell, and so then it was all filled in.
South to north, there's a whole corridor.
There was a bun, so I was just like, yeah.
That was exactly what I needed.
Buzzing.
You know, expense.
How you doing?
When I first.
Really?
My first driver, I would grab when I worked in the south station, but occasionally I had to go up to the north occasionally, some things. And that was a big trip, go all the way up there. And you travel.
Must be.
Yeah. It's still there, that's a good sign.
Felicia.
Recording in progress.
She liked it. I'm like,
All right, everybody, good evening. Let's call to order the Town Superior Town Council work session for March 3rd, 2025. We've got our agenda items published. Any suggestions on items to move or add to the agenda?
When it gets to the other items, I want to talk about the holiday lighting, just because in the past we kind of got behind this one, so we're just going to decide on the date specific in terms of when we want to go online for securing alternative funds and not trying to scramble to get additional lights around Creek.
All right, so let's get started and talk about item 1A, which is an update on our 2025 council goals and priorities and discussion on how to measure success rates.
Thanks, Mayor. We just added some things that are moving along to achieve some of these priorities that we have for the 2025 year. We list them under each bullet point. For instance, the capital projects, starting design on most of these, including the Rock Creek Parkway and Catholic intersection, the additional roadway work that we're going to do on Rock Creek Parkway from Indiana to 88th Street. You'll see a lot of these contracts on the 10th, actually. The North Pool as well, and it's going to include the South Pool. We're looking at a design build there to help us meet the schedule so we'll get it open next season. Open on the 10th as well. And all these are, we'll start the design once contracts are approved on the 10th. And for the pools, we'll have public engagement, and then for the Rock Creek, Coal Creek, we've had some public input on that one. We'll continue with public input on that as well. And then looking to start construction at the intersection of Rock Creek and McCaslin in May, or June, I'm sorry. And then on Rock Creek Parkway and 88th Street, start construction in July or August. Depending if there's a roundabout there, may not get that done by the end of the year, next year. So that's going to be a big element that we'll talk about on the 10th. The pools, we'd like to start construction in September for the North Pool, so we can have that open by next season, and then continue with the South Pool design and have that design done by the end of the year. And then bonds are going to be issued later this year after the audit's done, probably June.
July.
Yeah. And then, depending on how much bond proceeds we have, we might start work on the community park playground and replacement of that. Questions on those capital projects?
For the community park, is that going to go through park in terms of identifying?
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that as far as public engagement. Yeah.
How do we feel about the, specifically on the roadway projects, so Rock Creek Parkway, McCaslin intersection, and then Rock Creek Parkway, Indiana to 88th Street. So construction starting in June for the intersection, and then starting in August for the remaining stretch.
Yeah.
It seems, late, but
It does, yeah.
what do we, any way to expedite this? I just want to make sure that we can, get it finished before winter.
Yes.
Ideally before school starts, but I know that that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Rock Creek and McCaslin, we feel really good about that because we're in design. So we're bringing that to you in late April, early May to start June 1 or whenever school's out. So we're real good about that one.
And that project will also include the bridge work.
Well, yes, separate, but
Yeah, it's separate, but I
the
mean,
bridge work's going to be awarded March 10th, hopefully presenting that to council. But we're going to try to coordinate the two for the lane closures. It'll be two different contractors, so it requires some coordination, but we have high hopes that we can make it work. The roundabout, that piece is a little bit more challenging because we haven't really started design yet. We did some concept plans, but we're bringing it to the board March 10th. So we're going to bring 2 different design contracts based on the feedback we're getting. If it's a roundabout, that will take a little longer. We do have a schedule from the design engineer to finish design, actually late July and start. So the goal would be to bid it in August, really, is probably the best we can do on that one.
That's it.
With the roundabout.
Directions to go with the roundabout.
So March 10th, direction to go with the roundabout, finalize design, go to contract in August. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I'm putting up their schedule that they just sent me.
Brandon, is that your recommendation?
Not there yet.
We're finalizing it now.
I just want to leave it. I want to leave it.
Feedback. So, sorry, so they're planning to submit final documents. So we did get them to expedite. So we get final documents in mid-June, bid late June, award early August would be the aggressive schedule for the roundabout.
What's approximate construction timeline if we go with the roundabout?
It'll probably be, but it's hard to say because we haven't done the phasing plan to see how they'll phase it in terms of lane closures, because that could draw it out a little bit. But I say 3 to 4 months.
So probably into winter.
August, September, October. I mean, we really need to have it done by October. We do think we'll likely see some cost increase bidding it in August versus bidding in April, May, but maybe 10%, but we're kind of speculating on that. I know when we bid projects in April, May, we tend to get better pricing than end of the year.
Is that just because people's schedules are not quite?
Well, I think they're just
fully
more
booked out?
hungry for work early in the season. They don't know what's on their plate, and then come June, July, their plate's full. But we've been getting really good bid pricing lately, so this could be a different year.
If we didn't do a roundabout, would that expedite the design and or the construction?
Yes, it would expedite both.
By how much?
It expedites design by about 4 weeks, and then construction, you could probably knock a month off. I mean, 4 weeks maybe, so maybe 8 weeks total.
Okay. And is there, so we only have one meeting scheduled for July. I don't want the board or the council to be kind of the delay point here. So I'm certainly open to, scheduling like a special meeting or something like that, like in July, in the event that we needed to, consider, contract approval, if that kind of helps expedite things. So.
Okay.
And with all of this going on, that might be helpful. There's a lot.
Yeah. But the other options are still on the table, right? Excuse me, the other options for that are still on the table, right?
Like right turn lane removals, doing nothing.
Pedestrian enhancement, safety.
Yeah, so on Monday we'll bring feedback from the public and a staff recommendation for that intersection.
So, if a key facet of this is obviously whether or not school is open, let's assume that it is, and we go down one of the more sort of involved paths, be it a traffic circle, even traffic lights. Be ready to kind of describe how you're going to manage the traffic going to Mohai. Because SES and Eldo, not an issue, but everybody going to Mohai or Monarch K8, how are they going to manage that coming out of Corporate Drive?
I think there's a reason they stopped before the roundabout when they did the repaving last time, so that will be a challenge to figure out, but we've been talking about it.
Okay.
I won't have a plan come Monday, but as part of the design process,
absolutely.
we'll formulate a plan.
I think what we've seen, and we saw this with the Colton McCaslin roundabout that took way longer than it should have, is that traffic management is a huge challenge.
Yeah.
We get a lot more extra asphalt than we did at McCaslin. It's a key challenge. Especially since everyone's running late to get to school.
Yeah, I mean, so I think from my perspective on the roadway projects, let us know like what we can do to help make things efficient and expedited. I don't want the council to be the bottleneck on any of the approvals for that. So that means we need additional meetings here and there. I'm open to it. And then similarly with like the pool design, and getting the pool started on construction. I know that there was a note about potentially, closing the north pool early, like after all the reservations are dealt with, and closing that early so we can get everything done. I just want to make sure that we're like staying on schedule and that the council's not going to be the reason for any delay. I really want to get the road projects done and the pool done on schedule. So I appreciate having these updates, and this is Stephanie's suggestion, by the way, to have these kind of updates. So I think this is a really good suggestion. So thanks for making it. Because I want us all to be like on the same page, rowing in the same direction, so we can make sure that nothing kind of slips through the cracks and we execute on all the things that we want to execute on.
And something to consider with the pool designs. We don't know how much bonds we're going to be able to issue just yet, but I mean, we'll need some direction on how much you want to spend on each pool, because it could eat up a good chunk of those bond proceeds and not leave a lot left for roads. So if we have some direction on, this is kind of our limit on the pool design, that'll help us when we start that process and start to get communication back. So, I mean, it could be upwards 10, 11 minutes for pools if we wanted to include just about everything that we think might be included. So.
And we'll have that discussion on Monday night? Sort of?
Yeah, I mean, this is just for the design contract.
But they need to know kind of the parameters in which they're going to design.
Yeah. And we've given you those options at a previous work session. We'll include those in the act as well.
And as a part of that, have we done any local benchmarking with what other municipalities have paid for pool remodels and,
the summer,
the gold leaf version or something?
Yeah, this summer, staff scheduled a number of tours of other cities and their pools to look at what they have. So and this design firm's familiar with pool projects, what the costs are.
One of the questions that came up on kind of like the scope of what the North Pool design was going to look like was predicated on whether or not like the plumbing, the pipes underneath were going to be saved and reused or not. And so I don't think we have an answer as to whether or not we know that. So maybe on Monday when we have a talk about the design, we can have an answer to that to the extent that we have an answer. Because I think that probably impacts the total scope of the project.
Yeah. And we've done some leak testing on the lines, so that works.
Yeah.
But some aspect of it's kind of going to be, we've got $20 million, some amount for roads, some amount for pools, and, depending on the amount for the pools, is it equally weighted between north and south what we want to spend? Right. We haven't had that conversation. Right. I mean, if it's, depending on, the two pools are roughly the same size now, but do we want to spend more money on one versus the other? If it gets you more bang for the buck.
Do we know it? Well, I'm sure we do with usage for north versus south.
Yeah, we have those figures.
My feeling, right or wrong, is we're going to want more money. We're not going to have it.
Yeah, because you have community park as well.
Among other amenities.
Right.
So if we got to draw a line and shift some funds from one to the other, how do we want to prioritize that?
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think we, we knew that regardless of where the interest rates are and how much the bonds actually net us, that we've got a way bigger total pie of CIP projects. So this is basically just like a little accelerator towards getting, making progress on roads, on pools. But we weren't going to solve all of the problems. So I'm open to any kind of like really smart way to think about like deploying these proceeds. I just think that the community deserves to have the roads good and have the pools up to snuff and not leaking, and have them be safe and kind of meet the expectations of what the residents would expect. And if that means that, we're supplementing the project with
Yeah.
just ordinary CIP funds as well.
Right, because those are available. Yeah.
That's fine too. So,
And I never assumed that we were spending the same amount on the pools, and that could have been a wrong assumption on my part, but, and I don't know if there's been work done to the north pool. I know there obviously was work done to the south pool, because we know about, you know, the cuts and everything this year. So obviously work's been done on that one, and there's a hole in the north, so
Right.
to me, that feels like that one needs some attention, that kiddie wading pool that's never used, that half the time the little mushroom doesn't work. I mean, that to me feels like that needs some focus, and then, I don't know the shape of the south pool as far as, you know, Leslie, you know that better, but as far as the work that we have to do on that, but just from a making your dollars stretch standpoint, I wouldn't assume that the north, which needs some major rehab, would be the same amount that we're spending on the south, which is more amenities and hasn't, it's had some attention, I guess. But that was just my thought.
No, I think it's fair.
That was the same for me too. People keep asking about the South Pool and I'm like, it's not on my
Yeah.
top of list.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Anything further on this item? Thanks for the update and continue to keep us updated.
Yeah, well, and we'll have project updates at regular council meetings as well throughout the year.
All right.
We can start attaching that schedule bi-weekly. Leslie and I both update it daily and weekly as needed, so you can put that in the digest.
And if there's anything that's like catastrophic change, right? Like tariffs impact the ability to like source the
Can't get concrete
you know, concrete or whatever it is.
Rebar is unavailable.
Like I want to understand those kind of unforeseen things that could drastically impact schedule
Okay.
and budget.
Economic development, still looking for wood partners to start construction, second quarter on Block 8, which is the mixed-use project. Leasing efforts still continue for the office space on Blocks 2 and 5, which is life sciences.
Is there, I mean,
No real update on that.
no real update, like they haven't signed anything or they're just conversations?
I asked, but I haven't gotten, so I'll send that to the council once I get some.
And he's looking for 50%
Yeah.
signed occupancy before construction.
Yeah,
before they begin, right?
typically that's.
Is there any way to light a fire by comparing the fact that
I mean,
what he's doing campus and?
They purchased the blocks, so they're, you know, motivated to get, rather than just sit on the land, so, but I don't know. We're open to working with them if there's incentives or something that might help, or I can bring that to the council, get feedback on that, but I haven't heard that from PBM. They did lease the medical office building, and that was successful. I think it's 100% leased, so it's a little bit different with life sciences, but I'm hopeful that they'll be successful. They have a number of these projects in their portfolio, so.
Did they do the same thing where they got the occupancy first before they started construction on it?
Yes, they had Dr. Sheen's practice was one of the first ones leased.
Okay.
I spoke at like a panel for Business Den like a week or so ago, and it was talking about the topic was like the future of suburban development. So we had like an economic development person from Castle Rock, and then some home builders and just people involved in residential construction and office commercial, and it was the same story. Everybody's having challenges with office space, and how do you get people to occupy office, let alone like build it in a post-COVID environment? And even with like return to office, there's still vacancies.
Sure.
And this is not just like a recent problem. This is a problem from like the 1980s and 90s of all this emphasis to put into this office space that now is sitting out there at Class B, C office space. So there's a glut of it out there. So trying to figure out how to thread that needle and figure out how to build office space that's desirable. I mean, I like what P&B's doing here with going after the life science user, but
Yeah.
it's definitely a challenge. But I think that we need to be prepared to continue to be a partner with them to get that built, because I think that ultimately will be beneficial to all the businesses that are opening up on Main Street and the town as a whole. So.
Jill had sent me the CBRE contact for down there too, that I was gonna talk to my quantum contacts and see if I could maybe put those two together and look at that as an alternative for life sciences if we're not having any luck with that. Because like I mentioned, the quantum campus is going up over by the windmills on 128th, so that's gonna be a huge hub, and I think having that space in Superior is close enough that it might make sense for that to. I'm working on that.
Good.
Bixby's Folly Restaurant, still hopeful that they'll start construction this year. No recent updates other than that. And then I listed a number of businesses that have leased on Main Street, including some that are in the live-work units, and then some of the other businesses that have been added in some of the other retail centers, including the Marketplace with Barnes & Noble, Rock Creek Village with Lewis Sweet Shop, and then the hotel in downtown Superior. Expect that to start construction this year as well. Still.
Is it definitely a Hyatt now?
Yes. Yep, good. And they're gonna, it sounds like they're likely start construction while they update their design to meet the Hyatt product. It's mainly interior type of redesign stuff. So.
Is any of that redesign coming to us as far as how the outside looks, if that's changing?
No, I think it's gonna be an administrative amendment, since mostly it's on the inside and some colors on the outside. So and then these other items under economic development. We have scheduled tonight to discuss some of the strategies, and then just some, I don't know if the council wants to talk about liaison for the economic development manager, the council liaison, and then what we listed here, what other communities are doing. We're still working on that as an update. And then comprehensive review, I think we'll talk about when we talk about the strategies. If there's any questions on any of those.
Do we want to assign a liaison and do a backup like we do other committees? So we kind of have that in place.
Let's do it. Who wants to be it?
Jason.
I'll do it.
Okay.
He's doing it right now.
Alternate?
I'm happy to be backup.
All right. Jason and Stephanie, thank you.
Unless you really want it.
On budget, we also have tonight scheduled kind of in-depth overview of the budget. Jeff's going to lead that. He's already given this to the finance committee and gotten their feedback on the presentation. And then continue working with guidance from the council on how other ways to present the budget so it's easier for the public to consume and share with the community. And then talk a little bit more, get some council direction on this, how we ask residents how they spend $100 on services. So any thoughts on that? Or do you want to wait till the budget discussion?
Let's talk about the budget.
No real update on the airport other than we continue with the litigation that's ongoing, unless anybody on the council has an update they want to provide.
Just waiting on a decision from the judge.
Yeah.
We'll say that, because there's other communities near us that have airports that are going through this, that they own and manage their own airports. So obviously Dr. Cog, I talked to some of our quote-unquote colleagues. Some of the airports would like, or sorry, some of the municipal governments would like to do more about the airport, but most of the airports are losing a lot of money, so they don't want to shut off the flight school spigot. So keep that just
is a data point.
Yeah. I will say when it was nice this last week, I heard more complaints from residents about the airplanes again.
Let's pick it up.
Because they were outside, yeah. I was like, oh, there it goes again.
I mean, the only thing I can add from going to the last airport advisory board meeting is the airport did write a letter to the FAA requesting that the flight ceiling be raised to 1,000 feet above terrain.
That's good.
And the Colorado Aviation Business Association, led by Chris Rothwood, is preparing to go to the FAA in DC to also fight to get that pushed forward. So that could be anywhere from a 90-day to 6-month process for them to see either say yes, they consider it, or no, they won't do it outright. But in the meantime, I'm still talking to as many people in the flight school as I can. But like I said, when it gets warmer, there's not a whole lot we can do. So hopefully, like Mark said, the judges get some speed up. That'd be great. Can we request a speed up on that or legally?
Generally doesn't work well for the person.
Then we won't ask questions.
Judges generally don't take well to, hey, make a decision.
And the FAA's ability to process anything.
Oh, yeah, that's
3 to 9 months.
3 to 9 months for them to take a look at it.
Right.
And then they can either say no right away, or it'll be a really long period of time for them to,
Services, more programming for seniors. Staff's implemented quite a few, I think, services and programs for seniors. We had, do you want to go over any of those? I have a list of some of those programs and services that I can provide to the council, but I think the newest one is casino night that we're working on. So
I think it's
have
great.
Suggestions.
I think it's great what staff has done with senior programming. It's just, it's just programming that wasn't offered before, addressing a need in the community, and I think it's been really well received. So
Thanks.
keep up the good work.
it's 55 up, so it's active adults. So
okay.
the majority of us at this table will qualify for it.
Yep.
Or maybe the.
No. Right there.
Now you know they're going to go, you guys can't go.
Not even close. Looking forward to it.
Matt, I was going to bring this up when we start talking about headcount, but not so much senior services, but just town services that are being underutilized. And the reason I bring this up is like Boulder County has decided, just in terms of facilitating their staff levels and everything else, if you want to renew your car, you cannot do it in person. It has to be online or, mail in, right? Like, so
If you want to what?
renew the license plate
yes.
tags,
Yeah,
right? Like, there's no physical way to do that in person. Have we started to think about the things that we're sub-optimized for, that we're spending more of our town staff hours than is needed? And I think it's what Boulder County did relative to the tags. Like, didn't make any sense that there's somebody there to try to process it. I'm thinking about utility billing or other things that where we've got, we could just farm this out to some third-party processor or something else to where it's a non-core function for us, and that we could use our staff resources better. Not looking for answers right now, but more of like, can we think about how we maybe do things differently, relative to our peers, like Boulder County at least went through this with their motor vehicle services.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying it works well because, my wife had an appointment, she showed up and an hour went by and they still didn't call her number. So, there's that.
Right.
But the point being, what are the things that we're maybe not doing great that we could optimize around?
yeah, I mean, we're always looking at ways to be the most efficient that we can because there's a lot of demand for services in town and programs and events. And, I mean, a good example is we have one code enforcement officer and, she had medical procedures. She's been out for, I think, 6 weeks now. And so Martin and Emily are picking up with a little bit of help from sheriff's, and that's not a good use of resources there. So, I mean,
Actually, that's a great example of, because I know, we do use third-party contractors for a lot of stuff, like managing the wastewater treatment. Our sheriff is a third-party contractor, right?
Yeah.
We decided we're not going to hire police. We use a third-party contractor. Is there a third-party contractor that can do code enforcement? Right. And the reason I'm not singling out that specific role, but a role to where there's a big bench. Like when we went to Safe Build, they've got a huge bench, which ended up making it very easy to do lots of inspections simultaneously and stuff like that. Maybe it costs more, but it provides a higher level of service.
Yeah, that's a good example. Building inspection. For a while we had in-house.
Right.
And then we decided to go to contracting, and then came back in-house, now we contracted out. So it just depends on the situation. But yeah, I mean, we're always looking at ways to be more efficient, use third party. Because there was a shift when, like, we brought on the community center, because there was a shift, we have a new community center, we gotta staff it, so we gotta hire staff, and then Marshall Fire happened, and we need more staff for that, and so, yeah, it's something we're always looking into.
Yeah, because, like Arvada, the Apex, Arvada, I don't know what Apex stands for, but the pools, that's all third party, right?
Yeah.
It's the Arvada pools and stuff. But it's a third party, and they only, they derive their, they get property taxes from the city of Arvada, but then they fund the rest of it in-house, right? And that way it's not a drag on Arvada city staff and everything else. It's a third party that's running and managing all those amenities.
Yeah, and I think when the districts were still in place 2 and 3, they contracted out lifeguards.
Yeah.
And then the town took it over, and we decided to hire. We contracted out for a couple of years, but then we decided it was better service to have our own lifeguards on campus. So we started hiring seasonal lifeguards.
So I mean, it was something that just, it struck out to me as like, we made this decision on some areas, but we haven't maybe gone through the same analysis in others. Wouldn't hurt to look at.
Yeah. Marshall Fire Recovery, got an update from Allison tonight for that. And then housing, the council approved the housing plan at the January 27th meeting, so that's been completed. And then we continue to look at ways to try to make housing more affordable for residents, either rental or purchasing, programs that are out there, maybe grants or other programs that are offered through the county or the state, but continuously looking at things that we can get information out to residents to help them with the housing, because it's not cheap in Boulder County.
Has there been any progress on the kite route project?
The latest was Community Foundation. There's a possible grant coming from them, but we haven't received that yet. That'll come to the council for approval. I think we're still waiting.
We're still waiting on CDBG-DDR and Prop 123, the grant applications, and we checked in with them today, and we're not doing for that.
Okay.
So, really hopeful. And then their 9% tax credit applications, and that's the big important one.
But there seems to be a lot of support from other agencies to try to make that project happen.
Yeah, I mean, whatever else we need to do, please let us know. I don't want that one getting stuck in the chaos it is the state government budget issue right now.
Matt, I know maybe I'm getting ahead. The multi-generational housing, this is going to be something for like Rock Creek residents as well, right? Not necessarily need-based.
Yeah. I mean, there's been discussion about main floor masters converting homes in Rock Creek.
That was one of the, I think that was the second thing I ran on during the election, because I talked to so many seniors, and they don't want to move out of their house, but they don't want to go up and down a staircase to a second floor or to a basement, so they want to be able to have access. And one of the things that a lot of other cities are doing back east, is multi-generational. So I'd love to be able to get, some sort of financing grants for them to be able to do that. Even, geez, $10,000 could turn the massive living room that nobody ever uses into a master. I mean, really, you see Rock Creek segmented. I'd just like to be able to.
Where the Christmas tree goes, Jason.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, forget it. Then we're not. There's got to be some way to be able to, because a lot of people, they love the house, they live here, they love the community, and there's no way to go to a ranch plan because we don't have the land. So this would be a really great way to reuse it. Build multi-generational wealth that way too.
We have our staffing and office needs, space needs assessment that will be presented later in this work session. And then this next one, how to measure success for council priorities. If you have thoughts or ideas on that.
You're Siskel, I'm Ebert, right?
I don't know. Where are we? How does it feel? No, sorry.
And it's been one that, I mean, as long as I've been on the board, this has been a struggle, right? In terms of identifying the KPIs, measuring the KPIs. It's never been easy. Every board has a different thing that they want to track. I don't know.
Right, like, I mean, quality of life, is that doing some community survey and saying, okay, our benchmark was this and our goal was to increase that by 15% over 4 years or something? I mean, quality of life is very subjective.
The alternative is it's easy to measure when it gets worse. Right. If we use the airport as a proxy, more overhead flights is definitely degrading quality of life. But I understand
For some.
On the flip side. Fair point. Yeah.
Because
That's right.
I talk to people in downtown and the airport's not an issue for them, but I know it is for everybody that lives south of Colton. So again, quality of life is subjective. And do we want to measure quality of life because it is subjective? And we focus on other things that have more of a natural metric, whether it's completing, 2.2 miles of roadway and replacing these 3 bridges or building a roundabout or whatever. That seems more tangible for people.
Or maybe base it on why are you in this room? What got you here? What are the reasons you ran to be on this council? Environmental concerns, trash. For me, it's, economic development, trying to figure out the airport, get that. So maybe each one of us has different parameters for success or failure on it, right? We don't necessarily have to have a collective agreeable thing. It's like, I would like to see this and this happen while I'm here, and am I successful or not? And I base that on, is it moving the direction I wanted to, or it's not?
But I think having those kinds of metrics also helps when we're talking to the community about budget priorities and some of the other amenities that our community is asking for, because we can tie it back to something and say, all right, here's what we've established as a goal or a KPI, and here's how the budget reflects funding those things, because these are theoretically community priorities for improved roadways and safer roadways and things like that.
Yeah. And that's quantifiable, and you can actually show data on that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if the KPIs, I know, Neil, you've been talking about that for several years, and I've seen how some communities have done it, and I could see focusing some time trying to figure that out if we were, a really large community. But I think like at our size, like we kind of know what the problems are and the things that we're focusing on. So I kind of look at like, we measure our success by like executing on the road projects in a timely manner, like on budget and on schedule, executing on our, infrastructure investments, addressing resident complaints with the airport, continuing to opening up new businesses, supporting ongoing development in downtown, helping with the Marshall Fire recovery. I'm open to having a discussion about kind of ways to measure success, but I don't want us to get distracted figuring out ways to measure success rather than focusing on actually just executing on the things that we want to get accomplished.
We can skip that.
Well, and to your point, Mark, I think maybe one of the KPIs in some way, shape, or form is some percentage of project, like 95% of the projects are delivered on time, on budget, or under budget, something along those lines. And because, we know projects fluctuate and we could get bids that come in higher, so I don't want to penalize, us or the staff that are putting this work out to bid, because market forces are saying, well, this particular project's going to cost more money. But having a metric of 95% of our capital budgets come in on time, on budget. And so to your point, having a conversation about what that might look like could be a starting point.
Well, I think a lot of our goals tie back to these priorities of what we want to do. And I think, to your point, just making sure we're staying on top of it and checking in and seeing, I think this is really helpful to say, okay, we came up with these priorities. Here's the, the progress that we've made and what's scheduled. And I think that keeps us on top of that. And those all tie back to quality of life, improving infrastructure. So to your point, rather than coming up with KPIs, just making sure that we're hitting the priorities that we wanted to hit that tie back to those overarching goals.
All right.
And then implementation of home rule charter.
Actually, just
Oh, yeah.
with the town board goals, can we get this revised to council?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And then, can we get it back up on that wall?
Yeah, we can get it back there.
Don't you still have it?
No, it's still in that other room. That was the old ones. Those are the 25
Sharpie.
ones, yeah. Sharpie Gate.
And I'll just have like a process question. I saw that these were adopted in July of 2024. Given that we operate on essentially a calendar year, is there a reason why we get these approved in July and maybe not January?
We don't approve them every year.
Okay.
This was the first update in like a decade.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That's correct.
Like you're too efficient.
But you know what? Why don't
We
just,
should think about
just give it to
updating
him
more,
and he'll
actually.
take it home and then he can Sharpie it.
I've just a question too, like, why are they hanging back there? Nobody sees them back there.
It's to remind you when you get on the dais of what our goals are.
Mm.
I mean, isn't it, I don't know. Okay.
I
don't care. I mean, it just,
I
we
have
used to have them up here.
loathed those goals since the first day I stepped on the dais, and I don't think that they mean much of anything, but that's just my opinion.
And implementing home rule charter, making good progress. Usually it's 4 to 6 months after a municipality adopts the home rule charter before everything's been implemented. Code changes, those type of things. Already approved a couple ordinances. There's 2 or 3 more that'll be for your consideration over the next few meetings. So once those are done, I think we'll have implemented the charter into the code and
All right.
organizations.
Yeah.
At some point, and maybe this will be like a topic that either gets addressed at the finance committee or in the budget process. But, you know, when we were talking about the whole question of going home rule, there was the discussion about the kind of like the one-time tax, you know, audit that happens, and if and when that happens, it'd be nice to know about it and just kind of like what to expect, or if we have something, you know, a timeline for the work that's being done to have that little one-time windfall.
That was before the Wayfair in South Dakota Supreme Court, so we're getting all that revenue that we thought, hey, we can go after this stuff. We audit our big ones. The state audits them about every 3 or 4 years. So there's really not that windfall of audit, sales tax auditing available as there would have been before that Supreme Court decision.
Okay.
So,
But we do have the flexibility if we feel like the business, there's something weird going on, we see a fluctuation in revenue coming in, that we can hire an audit firm to go out and audit that business.
Okay.
Whereas before we didn't have that.
Well, regardless, it would be good to have at least an agenda item at some future meeting to just kind of like update us on what we're seeing so far and what potential options are on the table for us if we wanted to go down and kind of use those audit rights, and you know what that would mean in terms of additional staff time and additional staff expenses versus what's out there. It would just be good to have kind of an understanding as to whether that's something that we should spend some time and energy focusing on. All right?
Yeah.
Just got a pot of rainbow at the bottom of that rainbow anymore.
Okay. We're on to 1B now?
Yes.
Okay, this is a discussion of town staffing and office space needs.
Bring up Nadine and Damien, who have been working on this along with our department heads and staff. We've got a brief presentation and then we'll take questions.
Are we doing the presentation?
Yeah. I'll pull it up for you.
Okay. Unless, you know what, do it if you want.
Hi everyone, I'm Nadine Smith, I'm the Administrative Services Manager. So I think obviously I've met everyone, but wearing my IT hat. So really my core competency is in HR. So I'm really pleased to be here. I'm really excited that you guys asked for this deep dive into the staffing analysis. We enlisted some assistance from contractor, vendor, or contractor consultant from Employers Council. This is Damian Guerin.
Very good.
Got it. He's in his 5th year as a consultant with Employers Council. He's worked with various nonprofits, municipalities, civil engineering firms, Fortune 100 defense contracting, software services, engineering. He's got multiple certifications next to his name. I won't read them, they're on there. So, but yes, we took a look at what you guys chatted about in June and kind of backed it up a little bit and worked with department heads, division heads to come up with the why behind all those numbers.
Okay. Well, thank you, Nadine, for the introduction. Glad to be here. Thank you for having me. And so anyway, so I'll start with, didn't want to go into too much detail for you because I think you all are savvy in business already. And so I just want to set the framework as to strategic planning and how the workforce planning fits within strategic planning, particularly as it comes to positions and roles, and then just set the framework about the rigor that's gone into looking at this, and then finally get into the results. So I think you want to see the results, and so I'll just set the table for you here if I can get this thing to work. Let's see here. Well, no, did I not do that right? It's a PDF. Let's see here.
I can see the arrow. Do you want me to click for you?
Yeah, if you would, yes. I can't see the arrow. And so there's 3 sections here. The first one is in relative to strategic planning. And like I said, you all already are business savvy, and these are the things that you already practice already when it comes to your strategic planning. You look ahead several years, you have your organizational charts, you have methods in order to quantify the work, costs, schedules, and so on. You have your budgeting processes, you have your project plan. So that already exists somewhere, and this effort was to put some rigor around it so that we could get that data pulled out. And so the piece that we're really going to focus on is the 4 steps below the vision, value, mission, and goals, VBMG, set the framework, right? And it's all about looking at roles, processes, systems, and structures. And that's part of these strategies, tactics, actions, and measures. And so it's just a way to look at how do you accomplish work. And that's where we get now down to the workforce planning. Workforce planning being one of those systems that's used in order to gather the data that's necessary in order to accomplish that work. And so we look at the roles to accomplish the work. We looked at, think about, how do we enable those roles to accomplish the work? And then we have the workforce plan method. So if you just go to the next slide there. And so looking at roles, how I've always looked at roles, and you've probably done this in your companies and your organizations, is there's basically 3 role types. There's leaders, there's managers, supervisors, and there's individual contributors. And the characteristics then of a leader leads, leverages, engages, aligns, and develops. And the type of titles you see for those types of leaders are going to be, mayor, a CEO, a president, a director, a vice president. When you look at managers and supervisors then, those are the folks that organize the people to accomplish the work. And the typical titles you see are maybe town manager, manager, supervisor, and lead, and foreman, and so on. And then you have your individual contributors. Those are, people who accomplish the work, though the leaders, of course, accomplish work. We don't want to say that you don't. But individual contributors, then, they are neither a leader nor a manager. And then, so depending on the strategy, then, the funding, the budgets, the roles are aligned and characterized mostly by what I call the horizon in which someone looks out in the future. That's the span of control, which is dollars or funding, budgets, and so on. And so when we look out with the horizon then, looking at the typical type of role, like the leader types, they have this 3 to 5 year outlook, looking out in this horizon, right? And their span of control is around people and materials. And then you think about the managers and supervisors, their horizon, where they look out, is usually daily, monthly, quarterly, or maybe annually, and they have their department budgets, their materials, and their people, and the individual contributors, their horizon is minute by minute, or daily, or hourly, right? And they don't have any real span of control other than themselves. And so next slide then. And then so now I just have some examples here of some role definitions, and you've probably seen these types before, whether they're learned or computer professionals or crafts and trades. On to the next one then is people managers, supervisors, managers, directors, and those, the descriptions really talk about the span of control that one might have. And then you go to the executive leaders, profit and loss types of roles, or maybe shared services. And then on to the next slide then. And then so in order to enable those roles then, and so this is all setting the context about how people are supposed to look at these roles as you're defining how many do you need, what type of roles do you need in your organization. So then the processes and systems then that enable those roles, or the authority and accountability and communication. So the next slide then, thinking of authority then, this is the power to determine and otherwise settle issues or disputes and so on. And then the accountability part is the state of being liable. And then so in defining those roles, it's really important to think about accountability and authority. And then the communication parts, how do you enable somebody in their work? You have your performance management systems. Okay, so that's setting goals, getting feedback. You have your information sharing practices, meetings, stand-up meetings, those types of things, board meetings or council meetings such as this. And on to the next slide then is, then of course you have your organizational structures, right, in order to enable that work. And then so on you see the org chart, and then to the right of that then is thinking of the horizon and span of control. These are the kind of questions then we started to ask the leaders. Do you need a role to control the work? That means, do you need a leader? Do you need a manager? And how far removed can you be, should you be, from the daily, hourly operations? And then the organization with the fewest people in leadership roles, not that you all don't do work as leaders, but you want to enable those workers to accomplish the work. So that's what this is kind of like the framework that we kind of set up for people as then we look at how to do the workforce planning. So now, strategic workforce plan. We had the workforce planning template that I've used before, and thinking about your organizational structure, the role definitions with authority and accountability. That's sort of like setting up now how we went about this process. And so we developed a method, and thinking about your cost schedule and your budget, your scope and so on. And each department already does your budgeting. You already have that set up. Now it's time for you as a department lead to now provide the rationale for why you have these roles and why you may need additional roles. And so then this workforce plan is, the way it can be used is for talent management purposes. How do what sort of recruiting might you need to do, succession planning, performance management, and also workforce or workspace development as well. So I had this spreadsheet, a lot of detail in it. What we decided to do was to make it a little bit more focused in how we set this up. So we've ended up going for a little bit more, not so difficult to use. So next slide then, this is actually a result from finance department, for example. So we asked the department head, well, here's your current workforce. What do you need in 0 to 5 years? What do you need in 5 to 10 years? And then in the yellow part on the right-hand side, this is like the things that we set up for people about how to think about their roles, right? And why they needed them. Like how's the population growth of the town going to change? All these other items, what's going on around us? How does it impact us? What's the political environment like, and so on. And then on the bottom half of that, it's, okay, what kind of roles will you not need in 0 to 5 years, in 0 to 10 years? Tell us what that role is and give us the rationale of why you're not going to need that. Or what kind of roles will you need? And then give us the rationale of why you might need those roles. Thinking about the context we all talked about earlier. So we had our orientation with the department leads on how to think about this. And then each department built a spreadsheet like this. And then we put it in, Nadine and I put it in the larger spreadsheet. And then, spin the computer. Next, we have the overall result. There we go. So the overall result then is the current workforce is at 80.5. Now that's FTEs, right, full-time equivalents. And then in 5 years, the idea would be that the headcount would be plus 30. And then from that plus 30 up to 10 years would be another 12.5 for an additional 40.5 over the 10-year period. And you see the percentages then. And this is all based upon Parks and Rec, really around the pool renovations and new civic space. And then other departments around, what we can call shared services perhaps, to facilitate the volume and complexity. And there's the aging infrastructure and delivering new services to provide the highest quality of municipal services. So this was the result of going through all the rigor, setting up this strategic path forward, how to think about your roles and so on. And this is the result. So that was really quick, okay? Comments?
Yeah.
Questions?
Open questions, comments.
So looking at the square footage that we have now, which is around 11,000 square feet, and in one of the documents, there was a range of square footage per new FTE of 175 to 225 square foot per person. And so on the low end, we need about 21,500 square feet, and on the high end, we need almost 28,000 square feet to achieve the headcount in 10 years. Where do we put all those individuals?
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, we've talked about this for a long time, since the early 2000s, when we purchased this property right next to Town Hall. The thought was to expand Town Hall over there. But we have multiple locations as well. I mean, we have this location, we have community center, adding office space to the downtown civics space, the new O&M facility at the wastewater treatment plant's going to have offices. The pools redesign may have office space. So we're just trying to be creative, but a centralized location for the majority of staff would be the preferable resolution.
And I know back in June or July, I think Stephanie had asked about consolidating and expanding Town Hall and the rent that we would save on lease space, and that could be used to help offset expenses and capital costs for expanding Town Hall.
Yeah.
I've got those figures if we want to hear them.
It would be helpful.
Yes, let me detail that. So, and one thing, because I kind of did the same thing where I compared square foot to per employee. And one thing to keep in mind is some of those, when we looked at the comparison, a lot of that is also community center and things like that are more community driven, not actual office space. So we're quite squeezed on that, especially when you compare it with other municipalities. But as far as the addition, so it looks like an addition and a remodel, which would essentially buy us right around 13,000 square feet. And correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, because these are from June. Would be about 4.8 million roughly for the build out. So our current office space costs us $252,000 per year with a 50 cent per square foot increase year over year, which would be about $3,550 per year extra, $3,550 more per year for 7,100 square feet. So with rent increases, we'll spend about 2.7 million roughly over the next 10 years on rent alone. And then Nadine was kind enough to get back to me on what we are also spending on having services spread out across multiple locations. So that would be, servers, janitorial services, things like that, which add up to another 15,000 roughly per year, being spread out with, and that's just the rented space that we're using over here above Superior Liquor. So consolidating space looks like town hall with addition and remodel, subtracting out what we'd spend on lease payments over the 10 years. It would be about 2.1 million that we'd be coming out of pocket for something that we own, and we're not having to worry about rent increases. Also, I don't know with the new staffing that we got with the 123 over the next 10 years, we'd have to move to a larger space anyway because we can't stay at the rental space. So it probably makes more sense to be proactive rather than reactive. Like I've said a few times now, that we need to look at a plan to get, an expansion for town hall so we have permanent space rather than continuing to kick the can. And Jason's brought this up several times because, he's in architecture and building. We're seeing construction costs increase. Being a construction lender, I will tell you, it's not getting any cheaper. It's going up leaps and bounds. So, 4.8 million for us to build something ourselves now in 10 years is going to be considerably more expensive. So it makes more sense for us to start devising a plan now rather than trying to do this in another 10 years when it might not even be remotely feasible to do it.
Thank you. That's good information. Yeah.
How do we feel, so right now we're at 80.5. The projection here is 123 in 10 years. I mean, that's a substantial expansion of the
50%
amount. Yeah, 50% increase in 10 years of the amount of employees. Is that real? Is that one of those things where, like, if you build it, they will come? Like, if we fund it, like, we can hire? Is that needed? Is that...
Yeah,
there's a difference between being short-staffed and trying to, like, hire people because, like, we need help versus kind of expanding, and then all of a sudden you've got kind of scope creep and the budget, explodes because now we've got 40 additional full-time salaries to pay every single year for eternity.
Which is a cost to it. Yeah. As well. Yeah. Yeah. I think staff put in, thought about it critically and put a lot of thought into it and looking at services now and what they think services are going to be in the future with growing events, more parks, more open space. We're adding trash service in 2028 for the entire town, which is additional services that are going to be needed for that. There's discussion always about whether we bring in house snow removal services. I think Brandon's giving that a lot of thought. The planning services are in-house. Building inspection could be in-house at some point, depending on the workload. I think it's may not get to 123, but there can be growth based on the services we provide to our residents and the expectations that are out there in the community for services. Adding additional indoor space and programs, more senior service programs we've added, things like that. So,
it looks like most of the addition would be within parks and open space, and I think that's because of the expanded programming that we're offering at the community center and soon to be downtown space. And our town offers a lot of amenities to our residents.
Yeah. And we add parts, and we have a large contract for landscape services, but when you add parks, there's additional demand on staff as well. So those things are taken into consideration too as we look into something like this.
Can you speak to, just generally, I don't need like specific numbers, but like the staff that's already working overtime and what you're not able to complete now because of being understaffed?
Yeah, did we take a look at that, overtime hours? We did. We
I mean, I know it's happening because I see this.
Yeah, I mean,
at
Public
the
Works
meetings
has the
all
most
time,
overtime hours, I would say.
I'd like to understand more about what we're asking of them now that they're trying to meet that eventually is going to break people.
Yeah, and we see that, like I said, Public Works probably has the most overtime hours out of any department, because we have water line breaks that happen whenever, and they, usually it's an 8 or 10 hour project to get the repairs done, or snow removal services, they're out at night, or doing that during the winter season, so it's park staff. So those are the two departments that have the most overtime hours. And we were gonna do it, we'll get that to the council, what that looks like as far as overtime.
One item that I'd also like to see, and we'll talk about this when we're talking about the kind of comprehensive look at the budget. One of the things that I'd really like to understand, and I currently don't understand based on how our budget is currently presented and kept, because we've got so many different budgets and entities that are sharing expenses. I don't know how much we're paying our employees.
The total salaries.
Total salary.
Right, because they're broken.
Because it's
Some are broken.
town versus this district versus this, and so if we're gonna be increasing headcount by, 50% over 10 years, like, are we going from $5 million in salaries to $7.5 million in salary? Like, because like that obviously has like a huge impact downstream on what our budget is.
And we should also provide cost comparison to other cities that are like-sized. I think would be good as well.
Yeah, not only cost comparison, but just kind of like headcount comparison, right? Like, so you've got a town of 15,000 typically would need 100 employees or 50 employees, and
there'll be some slight variations in there because police is contracted out and fires a district, so.
Yeah, and I think with a snapshot like that, with, an asterisk on a town that they have their fire in-house or they have their police in-house, and versus contracting out for whoever.
Or they've got, like Louisville's got a huge rec center, and a lot of those are director employees. But I think, for the core functions, public works, parks and rec, administration, that's a pretty apples to apples comparison that we should be able to look through.
Well, and to the point about the asterisk, I think, Neil, you pointed it out last meeting that something like 39% of the town is open space and parks. And, how does that compare relative to other communities? And if we're at 39% and the average is 8%, that's obviously going to skew some numbers because we've got a lot of area that we have to maintain.
And Parks is another good example.
Fewer sewer lines.
Parks is another good example because a lot of cities have staff in-house that takes care of the parks. They don't contract that out, so we'll take all that into consideration.
And the other way to look at this, because there's an assumption that, okay, so we're not growing the same way Erie is growing. We're headcount, or I'm sorry, resident-wise, we're about maxed out. So if we're going to grow the staff by 50% over the next 10 years, but the corresponding resident number is unchanged, what services are we adding, or what were we not doing? Because the flip side is, if we keep it at, say, 80, what are we going to start dropping off? Because we need to understand that. Because if the resident, I'm sorry, if the salary number is, call it 8 million, it wants to go to 12 million, for that $4 million, this is what the community is going to get that they weren't getting. Or this board, future boards decide, we're not going to do those anymore. Here's $4 million that we can throw into something else. Because we got to have that conversation as well. Because, some of these decisions will be made by future councils in terms of, do we want to pursue these services or not?
It's all about trade-offs.
Yeah.
Like at what point do we start saying no to requests for enhanced service at the community center or this, parade or something?
And I think a great example of that is the open space ranger. Like, we never had an open space ranger. OSAC had been asking one for years. Perry is amazing, right? But in the budget, there's now 2 open space rangers, right? So what are the additional services that we're going to get that we weren't getting? And if you go back, 2 years ago, we didn't have any open space rangers. So we're going to double the head count, 4,000 hours. And what is it that we're going to be doing that we never able to do before? It'd be helpful to understand, and obviously, staff has gone through this, but as we have to go and convince people that we're going to grow staff by 50% and have to find somewhere to park them, what is it that the community is going to be getting that they weren't?
Or losing if they
Or
don't,
losing.
right?
Yeah, and I'm going to pick on Brandon, because Brandon's got 0 civil engineers. Now there's going to be 4 in 10 years. That's a huge increase. Right, well, at least there's 4 on the list. So, what is it that we were contracting out that we're bringing in-house? And obviously we got old buildings and they all need to be rebuilt. But to go from 0 hours to 10,000 hours for civil engineers is a lot in terms of what is that going to get us?
Yeah, but I think I appreciate having this overview, and we can't stick our head in the sand and just assume that like these problems aren't going to come in the future. Even if they're going to be realized by a council in 5 to 10 years. In any event, we're going to need to budget for those hires, and our job as electeds is to represent the interests of the community and make sure that this is a great place to live. And coming along with that is making sure that we've got the people on board, on staff, to provide the services that people are expecting
And wanting.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, because ultimately, everybody at this table is responsible, is accountable to the public and what they want. And so if they want all of these services and programs, well, there's a cost to that. And we need to make sure that we've got the right resources in place, both financially and people, to deliver on that, if that's what's important for the community. And I want to make sure that we're not burdening future elected officials with decisions that we make today that really hinder our ability to deliver in the future. I mean, our demographics are changing over time, and as those demographics change, there's going to be a different demand for different types of programming and services, and I want to make sure we're able to meet them when we're ready.
Right.
I mean, as we're thinking about office space, you've got, 6,200 square feet between the rental spaces over here, 5,000 here in Town Hall, and then scattered, smaller offices and civic space and the community center. The only other space that I'm aware of in town that would be big enough to house consolidated staff is that Envision space, which is over here again above Superior Liquor. That's 18,000 square feet. That over 10 years for a lease is 6.35 million compared to the 4.7 if we just built out Town Hall. So you're spending a whole lot more, plus the TI, which would be minimal, at least 250, plus. So add that in, but the conversation that I want to make sure we're keeping at the forefront is just being responsible with our residents' tax money. And when you're looking at how much we're already spending on rent, and we're already short on office space, and we had that discussion during the last board meeting where we're like, oh shoot, we're short 3 office spaces. So we're already maxed out. We have additional staff that we have to be thinking about that we're going to need to house. The only other rental space that would be large enough is going to cost us over $2 million more than if we just bit the bullet and made a plan to build out Town Hall and consolidate staff. So making sure that we're thinking about not only the staff needs that we're going to have, and I think it's smart to be having that discussion as well as, salaries and right on. We need to be thinking about that too. But at the end of the day, they have to be somewhere. And so we need to be thinking, how can we put them somewhere that's going to be not only, efficient, because right now it's incredibly inefficient with everybody spread out. I mean, it's super inefficient. But it's also costly. And I don't think our residents are aware of how much we're already spending on rent, let alone how much we're going to end up having to spend on rent. So, we're 4.7 million, it's not nothing. It's a large number, and people will balk at that and say, why are we spending money on a new town hall? I think it's important to make sure residents know you're spending a fortune on rent, and it would make more sense, to not be paying somebody else with rents that are going to continue to go up. And like I said earlier, hamstringing ourselves to where it gets to be too expensive to even do it. So.
Well, I would like to, I'm happy that we're having this discussion now as kind of like a starting point to have this broader conversation. Obviously, if we're going to have a discussion about additional staff, we need to understand, comps for kind of similar sized communities, and, with the understanding of like contracted versus not contracted. And then having the discussion about if there's going to be a proposal to expand town hall, where would that fit in our CIP plan? Like, is that something that we can anticipate coming before the board and the voters in 3 years, in 5 years, whatever it's going to be, in order to kind of meet like what the expectation is, recognizing like what our current lease situation is with any options to renew and things like that, because having a clear understanding of like where the decision kind of tree takes us into like, okay, this problem's going to like metastasize at some point, right? And then all of a sudden we're gonna be like, oh my God, like the lease is too much to renew, or we don't have the space and we need to find an additional space and we can continue to put Band-Aids on it, or we can get out ahead of it and say like, okay, we're gonna do this program at a town hall expansion. And that means that we need to go to the voters, or we need to have something in our budget that's going to be sufficient for us to come up with a capital plan. So I don't know exactly what the answer is, but we need to have some sort of kind of broad strategic discussion with timelines of, when do the current leases run out? When do we think that we're going to be completely out of space and need to find additional space? If we don't build it ourselves, we're going to have to rent additional space. All of those things.
Yeah, I would like to get out ahead of all that, because I feel like that it's going to bite us in the ass before too long here.
When did we renew the lease for this space? Was it
Just
last
did that
year?
recently, didn't
Just
we?
last year.
Yeah.
Last year, and it was a 5-year lease renewal, so we got five, so we got 4 years to, or.
And there's an option though on it, right?
Yes.
Or, so we have 10? We could, right?
We
Yeah.
could.
But we have a 5-year lease that's running through 2029.
So we've got a couple of years to
Yeah.
noodle on this, but we certainly shouldn't wait until the year the lease is up to really have a conversation, make a decision.
Has there ever been any thought to, and I'm not wishing this on anybody, but these become full-time jobs where we require an office? I mean, future boards 10 years down the line, is that something that this thing could grow into?
I don't think for a town this size, I mean, even towns that are 10 times our size don't have full-time electeds.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I know obviously we don't have the square footage.
No, I'm just,
No.
I mean, where we sit, it's more of the scope of the job.
Yeah.
I can't see it being a full-time job.
Yeah, well, I'm just
I don't
thinking.
think it should be.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not wishing that on us. I'm just saying that that would be 7 more office spaces.
Yeah.
But is there a
I think
chance? Well, is there a chance, Mark, maybe a feasibility study of remodeling this building for a second story? Either we do that in staff maybe, or hire a firm to do that, just to give us an idea of what the construction cost would be 3 years, 5 years, 7 years down the line?
For staff built offices?
Yeah. I mean, this building could double in size, I would imagine, if we put a second story on it.
That would be enough.
Well, no, that'd be one step, and then
you go out
we got
to
the lot in the back.
Lot that we own
And
and
that could
off the
be
top.
2,
Yeah.
3 stories.
Expand, like I thought you just meant a second story on top of
Go up
this.
with this one, yeah, and then.
But like, it's gonna have to go
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because if this is 5, you pop it 10, and then whatever you can do. And then we will have some office space, community center, civic space, and then obviously public works. Hopefully that would be enough.
I've been trying to talk to some staff members about like just the feelings of being spread around, and to their loveliness about it. They are very resistant to tell me that it's problematic. But there's always the side of how helpful it would be to be closer and cohesive and culture sharing from the departments. And so I just don't want people to also forget the human side of this, that it's important for their daily quality of life that they come to work in these spaces. So it isn't just, like, the money part makes sense, but also bonus, the human part of like bringing everyone together is the right thing to do. And so I appreciate the economics of it, because that's going to be the driver for residents, I think. I mean, most of them can understand that this is a nice thing, but it's better for them to support it if financially it makes sense. So that's great, both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially if we're spending the money anyway on rent, why not
It's gonna get spent anyway.
own it? And then when we own it and it pays for itself within, 15 years, then all that money that we would have been spending on rent that now we're not spending on rent, we can use for
Invest
schools
elsewhere.
and parks and everything else that we need to pay for.
I have less fear about like overbuilding for a staff that might not come, because then we own it and we have control over, if we need to lease it to someone else, then we can. Or spaces, like we control it then. It's not out the control of somebody else, so, yeah.
Matt, can we just bring the drawings back out from 8 years ago, 10 years ago? That
Yeah.
might get a head start.
There's concepts for 1 and a 2-story.
Because the chamber was going to be in here, the sheriff's department was going to be in here.
Yeah.
They were great designs, that at least then it would be a starting point.
Yeah.
Also, I'm a big fan of this board. We're like a really actionable, like, things that have been kicked down the road for a long time. I feel like we've done really well at taking on and making traction on actually getting some stuff done. So I would love to see us see like real conversation about this and not kick it down the road.
So, basic numbers, just roughly, our headcount spending is about 7.5 million. If we're gonna go up by 50%, that's a big number, right? So if we're gonna have to spend an extra 4-ish million on salaries over the next few years, we really have to start thinking about what are we gonna.
Every year.
You're right, we're gonna ramp up to an extra 4 million per year, and then every year thereafter, absolutely, but it's a question of where's that coming from? Like, what are we gonna have to do? Is it mills, is it sales taxes? I don't know. Right, so I worry more about that in
And
terms
that's
of,
a vote, right?
no, I mean,
Or
Well,
depends.
yeah,
if you raise the mills.
if we're gonna raise taxes, then yes. If we're gonna stop doing other things, and redeploy capital for salaries, that's not.
I don't think we have enough things to stop doing to cover that gap.
Yeah, and one of the things I just heard from Lafayette, they're getting a lot of pushback because their sales tax can now cross a 9. So just something to consider. Lafayette, their sales tax rate is now over 9%.
Oh, yeah.
So the 9 is not being received very well. So
Yeah.
it's something to consider in terms of
But
we only have 3 levers.
It's the
right?
it's the structural, kind of question of to your point, Jen, I agree with you. This is an action oriented council, and we could probably get things done that maybe previous boards wouldn't have been interested in, and whatnot. But we still would need to sell to the public and convince people that this is the right way that we should be spending taxpayer dollars. And Stephanie, I think, I appreciate you continuing to emphasize this, and you make very compelling points about renting versus owning. For me, it's going to come down to understanding what are the actual costs and how do we tactically make that happen, right? Is it something that can be budgeted for over an annual budget, or 2 years or 3 years? Or is it something that's going to require us going to the voters? Understanding how that happens, and then when it happens, and how do you best position us to get there? That's point number 1. But then point number 2 is if and when we get there, what does that do structurally to the entire budget if all of a sudden staff has increased by $3 to $4 million, and that then is just an additional pressure point put on the entire budget. So, because that's one of the things that's way harder to unwind, right?
Just a question about timing of all this. This would be a pretty significant lift for Matt and his team to kind of pull all this together. And I know we've got a pretty full dance card for this year relative to all of the capital improvement projects. So from my perspective, I'm not saying drop everything and do this now, but I think it's something that we need to keep at the top of our mind as we start to talk about budgets, and in a couple of years when we're starting to talk about lease renewals and things like that, maybe that's the time. But right now we keep focused on the capital projects, pools, roads, things like that. But I completely agree with, it's not getting any cheaper to build, so.
I would like to know if it's going to be the decision of whether the money is built in or it's going to be a public ask, because the election, 2026. So like just keeping that also like the goalpost of like we should have some definition of what we think that's going to look like, so that if that is going to happen, it happens then and not 2 more years after that.
So yeah, that's a really good point, because I mean, if we're going to do that, go to the voters, we really should have that conversation before April.
Next year.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest is like, this is one of those topics that like, it's going to require ongoing discussion. So like, let's put this as just like a regular item on our work sessions. So like the next work session, or we don't necessarily need to do it every one, but like just kind of regularly in our work sessions, once we have like the census of comparable communities and what their staffing situations kind of look like. So we can kind of like understand that. And then, okay, this is what our current office space is with our rents and kind of like the endpoints to those and options to renew. And then, you know, when is kind of like the deadline for us if we wanted to take action in 2026, you know, when would we need to make a decision? And at least we can kind of focus on like the big ticket items to get to make progress into.
I think
addressing.
being good stewards of the money that we just got approved to use is going to go a long way in anything that we're asking for them too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wrote down the square foot per community based on their employees, and then because there's so much there's noise in the numbers that we looked at on that link, I just broke out what their town hall and public works is, so it was more apples to apples. Is it helpful if I tell everybody what that is, or is that, because it had the 143, which is more our full-time staff plus contract work, so that we can kind of compare it equally. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but I have it.
If you've got it, go for
You
it.
guys want it. So for Superior, for 143 employees, which again includes some of the contract employees, based on just our town hall and our public works, so not civic space, Superior Community Center, is 43 square feet per employee. For just employees, which is 80.5, it's 77 square feet per employee. And then at 123 employees, it comes out to 50.5 square feet per employee. So at Superior, we have, according to that, 13,000 residents. For Louisville, which has 19,394 residents, it's 124 square feet per employee. For Lafayette, it's 123 square feet per employee. Erie is 212 square feet per employee by the end of this year when they finish their town hall expansion. And Golden is 63 square feet per employee. 70 square feet if you include the annex and HR and city manager office space.
How much did Erie spend on their town hall?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm looking at Lisa.
It was a huge number.
I think it was like 70. I guess
Steve?
it's a really big.
It was a huge number.
Yeah,
it was like shocking.
And they're doing, I think they're doing a $38 million expansion of their police headquarters as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
It's making that 4.7 not look so bad.
It was shocking.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, but
No, it's 20.1 million.
20. Maybe I added it with the.
there's mandates for prisoners. It's 70
But still, that's a lot.
It's 20 million.
Oh my
20 million
gosh.
dollars.
Prisoners in prisons get minimum 70 square feet. So,
But they gotta live in that space too. So.
yeah, but the 20 square feet higher.
We're at 43.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anything?
Yeah, I don't want to leave this subject yet. Just yet. There's two things in the work session that maybe fall to my chair. We'll bring up one a little later. The one here on this one was the 85,000 that we ship over to Comcast. Based on our purchasing policy, we should have had an RFP with them. I reached out to Andy. I haven't heard back from him in terms of why the heck we're paying almost $100,000 a year to Comcast, because we're paying for each individual facility. We're paying $15,000 at the civic space for internet in 2024. So I'm just like shocked these numbers are as high as they are, and that we're not getting like some sort of master agreement from Comcast. If nothing else, can we just reach out to Intrepid and say, we'll give you $30,000, wire all our buildings?
Yeah, and part of Intrepid, that is to extend fiber to facilities.
Yeah, no, I mean, just the fact that we gave Comcast $85,000 last year for a town that, you know, a huge part of our budget, right? And other communities have distributed buildings. I'm quite certain they're not getting, I don't want to use a word because it's going to get recorded, but yeah, they're not paying this much on a relative basis. And, I guarantee you Intrepid will do all these buildings for a tenth of what we're shipping over
nice
to
to have
Comcast.
that competition.
Right, yeah, and I mean, not only that, these kinds of numbers, we just give everybody 3 cell phones and it'll be cheaper. I mean, it's a god-awfully high number for what we're being asked to ship over to Comcast. And I've known Andy for 30 years, so I'll, literally be the riot act on this one. But I mean, on a go-forward basis, if we're spending $85,000 with a single contractor, we have to put that to an RFP.
But they're the only one that provides fiber.
CenturyLink
right?
can do it. Didn't say.
We have that franchise agreement with them.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's some weird laws about franchise agreements, but
Yeah.
But anything we can do there, I mean, because it's nutty.
Most of those were construction costs rolled into a 5-year.
Because they just said internet for,
they're
internet for.
monthly.
Yeah, because spending $15,000 for the civic space when no one can use it is a lot. Right? I'm scratching my head on why that got wired to where we're paying full freight, and Carmel didn't even hand us the building yet. So, yeah. Anyways.
all right. Anything further on this? Good discussion. Let's continue to have this conversation and try to strategically arrive at some informed decision in a methodical way. So, all right, we're on to item 1C.
Thank you.
Thanks. Item 1C, Marshall Fire Recovery Update.
I've got a few slides if I can find them.
I'm Allison James, Disaster Preparedness and Recovery Manager. This is Taylor Smith, our Disaster Recovery Specialist. We had 3 attachments which showed our milestones for the last 3 years. And I mean, that's a lot of background and kind of the nitty-gritty details of what all the different departments and staff and our team here has accomplished in the last 3 years during our recovery. We kind of decided to focus on our major infrastructure projects. And in this first slide, you can kind of see we have all the completed projects that all of our departments have been working on. And Taylor and I have been working on reimbursements for every single little invoice on every single PA project. And we're pretty proud that we really have hit these hard. We've accomplished a lot in the last 3 years. It's been a lot of work for all of us, and we still have a few outstanding projects.
Excuse me.
The parks projects specifically are substantially complete, and so is irrigation. There's only a few low-hanging items that we need to get done in the spring that we couldn't do during the winter, or because we didn't have materials available. So hopefully those will be done pretty quickly here in the spring once the ground thaws. And asphalt, we've really been waiting for our residents to rebuild, because as we know, there's lots of contractors out there, a lot of damage going on. And then we decided to hold that project towards the end with Brandon and Public Works so that that asphalt wouldn't get damaged when we put that in. As you see, under 2025 completion, we have PPDR under Boulder County, PA. They still have a few outstanding owners for the insurance reconciliation. It's around $1 million. We only had about 8 residents who still hadn't reconciled, and Taylor and I reached out to all those. So hopefully that reconciliation process will be completed soon. And that project is about $186,000 under their PPDR PA project. So we're really excited that the majority of these projects are complete. It was a major lift, and staff is really proud of that.
Allison, could you just go back? I really appreciate you brought up the PPDR, because one of the biggest concerns everybody had about the public cleanup was that they'd get chased down for additional funds, above and beyond their insurance coverage. So, just to clarify, because it's been a million years since we talked about this.
Sure.
Nobody was asked to pay anything additional, and all the sort of lining everything out is between PPDR through Boulder and their insurance company, and no residents got bills or invoices for incremental amount.
No, and actually Boulder County really did this a smart way, in my opinion. Things that were not covered by FEMA that still had to be removed in the debris removal process. So say, for example, there was a fence in the backyard that wasn't within the ash footprint. Well, residents could take that insurance, say a resident got $5,000, and whatever wasn't removed in the FEMA PA process that was covered, they could remove that with those funds, and then provide those invoices and a before and after picture. And so people really did do that and went ahead and spent their insurance funds for things that were not covered in the FEMA process, which was really great. I thought that was a boon for us, for our residents that signed up for this process, which was about almost 50%.
Yeah, and I'd say other ones that didn't, a huge amount of them were just concerned that they'd get invoices 2, 3, 5 years down the road, because that's what they'd heard it continually happen in California, Oregon, Washington. So this is huge. I mean, granted, none of us can confirm what FEMA may or may not do in the future, but for now, this is fantastic.
Well, getting the foundations
that was
included
huge.
was enormous. It's such a huge win.
Yeah.
This is a helpful example for LA folks, because that's where they're at right now. They're just like, what? I heard this.
Right.
And so it's...
But hopefully FEMA does the same thing, right? Because that was one of the things that Joan Goose and Senator Bennett and Hickenlooper really went to the mat, and the Biden administration with FEMA said, okay, well, even though we typically won't cover the foundations and basements, we're willing to do it here. And I think that just sped the recovery process along considerably faster than we anticipated it would have.
Right, and from start to finish, that 100 days was almost unheard of. So we were really lucky that we had that support.
I didn't mean to distract you. I think that was, you kind of glossed over it, but that is a huge accomplishment relative to the concern and anxiety everybody was feeling for the first 4 months before cleanup got started. So thank you.
What do we have, like a 75%, 80% take rate?
I think you said 50.
It was about 50% opted in, maybe 50 opted out. It's pretty close.
Okay.
And the ones who opted out just went through their own insurance companies too. Well, we saw that kind of like a grouping of people that were worried that was going to take so long, and then they actually were behind the PPDR because their person didn't do it. And
I've
been just recommending everyone in LA say yes, like sign the thing and get them coming.
Well, you also had Michael Brown's lawsuit that kind of threw some uncertainty into the cleanup.
Yeah.
Right.
But they've got the Army Corps of Engineers doing it, and they were the same ones who did Maui, and so they're quite skilled at getting it done quickly.
We didn't have a municipality that had insane amounts of red tape on this either. I mean, the previous boards, when Clinton was mayor, really set the tone for this. The problem with LA, though, is their bureaucracy in California.
They've waived a lot of that. The EPA stuff that typically would prevent them from being able to do stuff, the governor came in pretty quickly and waived to the whatever results it's going to be, but cleared a lot of that.
Wow.
Because they knew it, that was a big point. They know. So now more residents are like, but wait a minute.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You can't what? So it's got other
fantastic
stuff going on. Anyway,
Sorry.
It's okay.
We're geeking over how cool you are.
Talking about fire stuff. Fire stuff. The other focus that Taylor and I really wanted to bring forward was our non-permit holder data. And over the years, non-permit holders have been contacted just to see where they're at in the process. And this year, when Taylor mostly did the heavy lift of calling lots of people and calling them back, we had 48 non-permitted original owner parcels, which, you know, lots get sold and people rebuild that are not original owners. And so we really have been focusing on our original owners that haven't rebuilt yet. And out of that data, that when we called them, 11 of those parcels, you know, as we've known through the process, are about 4 owners that own 2 or more lots. And so really we're talking about 41 owners that have not rebuilt on those parcels. And then
Do we know about the 37 that, so looking at our dashboard, we had 398 permits that have been issued. 315, so 398 debris removal permits issued, 315 building permits issued, 3 lots purchased for open space. So that takes you down to 83 minus 3, so 80 minus 5 building permits that are pending. So there's 75 total. So if we have 48 that are the non-permitted original owners, there's 37 that are lots that have transferred, that are not rebuilt.
yes.
Have we any visibility onto their progress?
When the new owners are going to rebuild? No, we didn't reach out to those, but we could if that's something that the council is interested in. We really focused on our original owners for this exercise, but if that's another data point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in, I mean, obviously, the focus has been the recovery and getting people home that were displaced. But for people who have sold their lots, that's still an aspect of the recovery as well, right? And just having the vacant lots that are a reminder of the fire, it would just be good to know, what are they waiting for? Is there anything, is it purely like an economic decision right now that interest rates are too high and they're just kind of waiting it out and they're anticipating that they're going to rebuild in a year or two?
Well, and actually, I mean, I think some of this is getting driven now by the valuations, right? Because you get a certain latitude in terms of where it's unincorporated land, but now it's like, I think there's a huge step up in the property tax that's this year if you are not moving forward. So I think you'll start seeing a lot more sales from people.
Where's the lot, like primary, like if they buy in Rock Creek, they have to start rebuilding within like 18 months or something because of the HOA. Like they can't just sit on it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, like where the primarily are the lots that are empty, that are new owner?
There's a couple in Rock Creek that are just
There's like one off.
in the cul-de-sac.
But I'm just curious, because some of them would maybe need a call because we know that they're going to have to do something in the next, whenever they bought it, there's like a time limit. But in the unincorporated or original town, like those don't have any pressure points, I don't think. Like those could sit. The tax stuff.
The tax.
Yeah.
Oh, you can look at this map. Or look at this map.
Oh, on the dashboard?
Yeah, and so there's
Never mind, I can look at it.
a handful in Sagamore, but it's all original town.
Okay, that's what I figured was the primary, like the bulk of those. All right.
And covers.
Allison, do you have any idea?
Don't add any work to your list.
When is the unimproved land tax?
Yeah, so I mean, I think one of the things that triggered us again to call these residents were all of these rebate deadlines that are kind of rolling through. So Boulder County, which Planning and Building with Lisa and DPR with Taylor and I called 70 people to ask them to hop on to make sure that they got their Boulder County rebate, which ended January 31st. So that group told us that 52% of people that had the rebuild permits and were rebuilding had not applied for that rebate. So we scrambled really quick and made sure to call everybody for the second time actually before that deadline. And then we have our own rebate deadline, March 31st of this year. Excel's rebate is June 30th of 2026. Sorry, I had 2025.
We added it.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry about that. It's my old data. And then the wildfire fund and unmet needs, June 2025. Louisville's rebate ends December 2028. And then state sales tax and use tax exemption for construction is June 30th, 2028. So we have all of these deadlines rolling through. And I think, you know, trying to understand this non-permit holder data and making sure that everybody's hitting those targets, knows about getting permits, and then access to this different fundings.
But do they understand sitting on unimproved land, it's going to go away from the tax burden of a property on it to, let's say their taxes in Old Town would be $1,500 before the in-house. Now it's $40,000 because they don't have a structure on it.
Yes.
That's coming up this year, and are they aware of that? Because that's probably going to be the biggest thing to make them sell or decide to build.
Yeah, I mean, in our scripts, we made them aware of the various deadlines and the increases for, you know, we were basically asking them if they could get a rebuild permit in the hopper, just to show some movement on it, that they could lock in this tax rate, so.
And if they do that, what is the period of time for the permit? Is it 1 year, 1 calendar year from the permit issue date, or at least from the submission of the permit? Because some places, like if you don't start construction after a year, it's rescinded and you no longer, you have to apply for another permit.
Yeah, I think it is a year. I think you're right.
Boulder County's a year.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I mean, look, we're trying to do everything we can to be nice, but like the county's got to stop. You know, I mean, they're losing a ton of sales tax revenue or just taxation revenue on the process, and they've gone 3 or 4 years now. It's going to end, and they're going to want to recoup on it. So I just want to make sure people are aware they're not suddenly opening, oh my God, I owe 40 grand on my lot and I haven't built yet. And they come yell at us about it.
Yeah, and I mean, we even, on this round, we even called the other half that we didn't speak with. We called them twice and sent emails just to make sure, because we were really worried about this first deadline of this first rebate, which is really the first domino that's starting to come into action for people.
Okay, yeah, thanks, I appreciate that.
And then this is our, you know, where people were at, the original owners, and just kind of showing an overview of the ones that we made contact with versus left voicemails and permits in the queue. So kind of just what I went over just now, but in a more visual form. And then I'm going to let Taylor do this.
Actually, can I interrupt really quickly?
Sure.
Sorry, Taylor. How many of these are held in a trust and not individually owned?
How many are there in a trust?
Sorry.
Many of the ones that were duplicate lots were in a trust.
Yeah.
You know, we had about 5 or 6 that were in a trust.
Oh.
So, especially those multiple parcel owners, you know, we had a handful that were in a trust.
Okay. I'll show it now.
So this pie chart shows the current state of rebuilding, and we just wanted to give you some numbers on how many were selling, how many hope to rebuild after the lawsuit, not likely to rebuild. So if you can't see that percentage, it's in purple, but it's 7%. You can't see that. 30% are unsure and 26% want to rebuild, but there are various factors to explain why they're unsure, why they want to, but not right now. So it was either the permit process was lengthy, it could be that they are older and they just don't want to start all over again. And a lot of it was funding and gap in insurance. So.
Is there a timeline on the lawsuit? Any sense is like another 3 years before something gets figured out?
That is a guess. I mean, that's a sizable
Goes back to the
chunk
question
of
we had
people that are
earlier.
waiting for
something that could take multiple years to get.
Because there could be appeals once the decision comes down, you know?
No, there will be
Yeah.
appeals, yeah.
Well, and I guess one thing to note, when we were lobbying for the, taxes for at-fault settlements, like the campfire families only received about 15,000 per person. So just.
That was 14,000 pounds.
Yeah.
There's no, and in the same fire, some people got like 20,000, and another family would get like 150,000. So it just, there's no, it's complicated. And the Excel having other stuff going on at fire in Texas, like they're, like at one point PG&E filed bankruptcy and then brought them into a stock option as the payout and just really declined all the funds available. So it makes me very nervous to see what's going to happen with Excel, or if they're even going to be, I don't know, but it could look a lot of ways, and just, I don't think it'll last more than a couple more years, and it's making progress. Like, they're interviewing, they're at the, you probably know the right word for this, lawyer guy. But they're at the point where they're like bringing in the experts, right? They're like, whatever that is.
They're disclosing their expert witnesses
Yeah.
and issuing reports and.
So like it's moving along.
And they're doing depositions as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, like I know Ken had to do that.
Well, I think too, if we just reconsider our typical gap that we had, which was around 250,000. So the rebuild gap cost. And so just having that as a little landmarker for what that would be. And that's it.
Well, appreciate the presentation. Thank you. I think it's something that we've talked about around this table before. The previous board is, kind of like measuring how the recovery is going, and right. So we're 70% rebuilt. We've got another 10% of people that are under construction right now. So by hopefully the end of the year, we'll be at 80% rebuilt. That remaining 20% seems like 10% of them are, the properties are sold, so we don't have data on them. But then the other 10%, there's some people who are waiting out the lawsuit. There are people that are unsure. There's some people who would like to rebuild. So that remaining, 80 homes will continue to, I think, be a reminder of fire, and it's going to take the time that it's going to take. It's not going to be something that's that we should, I think, expect to be 100% rebuilt by the end of 2026 or 2027. That's going to be more of a, 5-year process.
Yeah, it's going to be years.
Well, I think we may need to adjust the denominator, because there's at least one lot that was sold that's not going to ever get built. Right? Yeah. There's a lot in Saginaw. Right. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
I do.
The neighbor bought it, and he's not going to build there. So, and we just need to adjust our own sort of metrics for that. And there's probably
we have lots purchased for open space.
Yeah,
So
that's true too.
This is lots purchased for non-development.
I don't have to. Sorry, I know that they don't have an HOA, but my brain thinks that they do. I'm like, what do you mean he's not going to rebuild? Like, who's gonna? But they don't have to.
No, that's right.
Right. Okay.
Allison, I'll just say, I appreciate the personal touch of reaching out to the owners and just trying to connect with them and see what's going on, and so appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, we're here to serve, and we actually had a really great outcome this time. In years past, it's been really hard to call people, and people have been really upset. And this year, I felt that people were really in a good frame of mind and just appreciative that we were calling and reaching out, which has been very different from years past for some people. So we appreciate the residents letting us continue to call them and ask them many questions.
Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, just from working with you with Superior Rising before the board, like Allison and staff members have been calling people for literally years and trying to find them and catch them and just care for them and learn about what they need. So, thank you.
And I think that's one of the things that makes Superior a great place is we've got, you know, town staff that are really personable and want to connect and so, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's by chance that we're building back 2 times faster than the national average, and that's all due to you guys, staff, Superior Rising, previous board. You know, it's really commendable, and it doesn't happen by accident, so.
Taking a village.
Yeah.
And the feedback from LA is like, this is the gold standard for where to start and understanding how to answer all the questions that they have. And that is our staff being asked to work with them and this, just the model recovery for what they could do, what they could aim for. So thank you guys.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. We sort of, the metrics were always California. Like everything got held up again. Well, this is how long it took in California. Rather than sit here and like, that sounds terrible. We created our own metrics, which
now we're superior.
No, but I mean, I think, you know, everybody, you know, from DC on is like, oh, this is going to take at least 3 years just to get going. Right? Because all they knew was what it did in California.
Well, we all make a good team. I mean, there are so many people that put into this process. I mean, everybody. We were just really lucky to have all of us together to make all of these decisions and get this work done.
And our residents are fighters.
Yes.
I do think that one of the things, though, that as we transition from kind of like the drinking from the fire hose type of recovery and trying to have the government get out of the way of the recovery and help people kind of speed along their permits now as we're getting to a more manageable workload, the need for additional oversight and following the rules and not disrupting the neighborhoods that have just been rebuilt in a way that negatively impacts them is maybe the way that we transition the focus. We still want to help people for sure, but to the extent also that lots have changed hands and they're not necessarily, you know, fire survivors that are rebuilding, but they're moving into a fire impacted community. You know, we need to make sure that there's going to be appropriate supervision on that whole process to make sure that you know, we're not cutting corners and allowing things to happen that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I agree. We're not cutting corners. So, yeah, I mean, following code.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks both of you. And we're on to item, do we need a break? Quick little break, 5 minutes? All right.
I do. It's about the cookies.
5 minutes.
Is that 5 minutes?
Okay, we're on to item 1D, which is discussion of our landscape fee. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Happy to be here to talk about landscape fee. My assignment from the last discussion was to look at what parks were coming out of what fees. And I provided a spreadsheet on that, but also look at how we could simplify the landscape fee. Because it has become a little bit spread out into different funds over the years. So I pulled up the class map because I think that's the easiest way to look at it. The class 1 landscape fee was originally the areas of common property that were part of districts 2 and 3, but that has changed over time. As we have added parks, and some of those parks have been funded out of general fund, and some of those, well, one of them is funded out of SMD1, which is Founders Park. So,
Interchange district.
oh, yes, Smith, sorry. And I think I can make this a little bit bigger if that's helpful. To see, can look at this interchange district is this area in here, and so this is Founders. All the yellow is class 1, so we've got that. Let's see if I can drive this. A lot of this originated as a Rock Creek initial Superior Metropolitan Districts 2 and 3. The green is general fund. There were portions of community park that were funded out of, that are currently being funded out of general fund, and portions of Autry Park. Obviously the community center, South Pool, Town 15. The blue areas are that water and sewer areas. So those are in blue.
Can you scroll that up just a tad? And I sent you an email and you had a really good response, and I didn't get back to you because I got distracted.
Yeah, so your question
It was on the dog park there, because you said it's in the yellow, but I think it's in the blue because it's to the north of the cemetery.
This is
The square is the cemetery, and
Yep.
the dog park's to the north of it.
To the south.
It's
No,
to
it's
the
south.
south.
Or, I'm sorry, it's to the west. It's, I mean, well, I guess
South.
you're right, you're right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, the cemetery is the
Yeah.
green. The blue are really those retention, detention
Okay.
pond areas.
Okay.
And this would represent Central Park
Central Park and the dog park.
and the dog park, which is
Got it.
kind of this area here.
Okay.
Um,
Directionally challenged when that the dog.
Yeah, and there, there are some things that maybe don't make sense that we could change to simplify some of this. I think it makes sense to keep Founders in the interchange district, just because that's a opportunity to help fund that area, which
No,
is a
yeah.
great benefit.
Is there anything else we can put into SMD1? Or Smith, I'm sorry, Smith.
I don't think so, no. And Founders made sense because that was a parcel that was
It was given to us by the
developed as
developer,
part of
yeah.
the marketplace at some point, and then town got it from the
I did not know
developer.
that.
Yeah.
There's something. We
Is it-
have.
Could the museum kind of fall into that same area just based on proximity?
We can take a look at it.
If not the building, the grounds or something?
I think if you look at the budget, I don't know.
There's no extra cash?
Yeah.
Never mind.
So we have Asti Park and Grasso Park, Children's Park, all being funded out of the general fund currently. I know there's been some question of why we do that, and if we chose to put those back into class 1, that might make more sense. These other parks that are in downtown Superior are all in class 1, including Superior Commons, Village Green, all these little common areas along Main Street and the roundabouts, Central Park, and Miners Park are all Class 1.
So Leslie, this feels to me like we have stitched a tapestry over the last 35 years without like an overarching strategy of how we want to approach this. It's like it comes in our lap and we do this, and this thing falls in our lap and we do this. So putting like all the restrictions aside, if you were to propose like an approach to managing this with the funds that we have, what would be like a super clear and hopefully simple strategy to do that?
I mean, I made some recommendations in here. What is not included in the cover memo is what the financial impact of that is. If we moved all these properties back into Class 1, it's about $500,000 that it would add to the Class 1 budget. It would take it out of general fund, move it into Class 1.
And the next step, based on this discussion and direction, is to do a rate study, which Jeff's been looking at. Somebody that can do that rate study for us. And that'll give us, if whatever the direction is tonight, these are all covered by Class 1, do the rate study, and then we bring it back to the council and say, okay, based on the direction we received and all this is covered by Class 1, these are the rates that they are going to need to be to cover the costs.
So presumably, we'd adopt a new rate.
Correct.
With January 2026.
Right.
So we'd use the next 8 months to kind of make sure we got the right parcels in the right buckets, and then decide on the right amount.
And what it would cost to manage each of those buckets, and then we say, okay, we've got a gap of X amount of here, we've got more money in this, and we work whatever financial magic to make things balance out.
I mean, it makes more sense to put, I mean, in my opinion, our residents enjoy or have the opportunity to enjoy all of our parks. And putting them into one bucket seems to make more sense, but it would increase the landscape fee fund by about 21%. That's a huge.
Right.
I mean, it's not a huge dollar amount, it's a huge percentage.
Yeah.
So it might, for a single family home, it might go up $9 or $10. We won't know until actually we do the rate study, but.
And for some, it'll go from 0 to wherever we set it.
Correct.
Right, so like the discussion that we have is first, identify the universe of properties that are going to be covered by the landscape fee. Then number 2, identify the universe of properties that are going to pay into the landscape fee. And then do the rate study once you have those 2 pieces of information. And along with that information is, whether or not there's appetite to fund painting of fences or not. So we need to have these, but first we need to decide, do we have all of the properties identified that we think should be covered by a landscape fee covered appropriately versus being in a different, so do we want to go kind of one by one in terms of like what you've changed?
Sure, and it's not changed, this is the existing map. So the recommendation would be to move Asti Park, where's my little pointer? There it is. Asti Park into landscape fee fund, turn it from green to yellow, and Grasso Park.
I'll add to that.
And children's.
The reason those original towns are in the general fund is because original towns never paid into the landscape fee.
Right.
And so with them not having revenue, that's part of the reason those are in general fund. Same thing with community park. I reached out to the old finance director and asked him, that was set up with the developer and the town on why that is not part of SM or part of Class 1 and why it's general fund. It was just something that was set up, and that's kind of the way it was set up when he got here, and we don't have any real documentation on why.
No, but that's really helpful because, one of the feedback we're already getting is I live over here and I don't derive any benefit from the landscape fee fund. But that's because those parks have been paid for by the general fund based on decisions that were made, before my kids were born. But when you re-slice this stuff, those benefits are tied directly to a landscape fund. And maybe you should have been paying.
I had a question also, because one of the questions was by a resident who lives in Coal Creek Crossing and talking about like their HOA funding the landscape in their neighborhood. So I know that the history of this is Rock Creek and the landscape fund being created as a result of the dissolution of the SMD number 2 and number 3 metro districts. But there are other communities in town that pay into the landscape fee that have an HOA that maintain their landscape in those areas, right? So I'm assuming, I think the Summit does, right? So the Summit has a contractor to do some mowing and planting. Sagamore does?
Saddlebrook.
Yeah, so Saddlebrook does.
Bell Flatirons.
Bell, the Ridge.
Yeah. Ridge. Yeah.
The Ridge does Lanterns.
Lanterns too.
Yeah.
Calmonte.
Calmonte. So we don't do any maintenance in Calmonte.
We have the one public road that connects Indiana.
But they have their HOA. So it's not like we'd be singling out this one neighborhood that,
correct,
for whatever reason has been omitted from.
And the landscape fee goes to maintain these larger parks that the entire community has an opportunity to enjoy.
Common areas.
Yeah.
Does it also cover snow shoveling, the sidewalks? Snow removal on the sidewalks?
Yes.
Okay.
The snow removal that Parks does, so yes, on the sidewalks and pathways in those parks.
Not the neighborhood sidewalks, but just the 8-foot wide ones.
None of the neighborhood sidewalks are done by the town.
Correct. So yeah, so it'd be Asti, Grasto, and Children's parks. We would turn those from green to yellow, so they would come onto the landscape fee fund, and then we would go ahead and transition so that all of Autry Park is landscape fee fund and all of Community Park is landscape fee fund.
Can we just go one by one on your bullet list of recommendations and just make sure that everybody's on board? So you've got maintenance of designated open space properties remains funded through the open space fund.
Yep.
That makes sense to me. Maintenance of Founders Park remains funded through SMID, right? That makes sense as well, right? Maintenance on landscape on town parcels and facilities, including town hall, the cemetery, town 15 and other vacant lots, the community center, and civic space remain funded through the general fund. That makes sense to me as well. Landscape maintenance for the north and south pools, tennis and pickleball courts, bike and skate parks, and the disc course remain funded through the general fund.
And that's basically for those facilities themselves. So those are handled under facility improvements or CIP projects.
Yeah, I mean, these are...
It's non-landscape type functions, so.
I mean, I understand the kind of rationale behind that. The tennis and pickleball courts and bike and skate parks.
Except for the disc course. The disc course itself is by definition a landscaped item, right?
Talking about the tees and the baskets and the signs.
Okay.
Probably not the park area where it sits.
So the disc golf course sits within Autry Park. Autry Park is going to be in the landscape fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just the maintenance of the disc golf amenities is in the general fund. All right, so then maintenance of Children's, Asti, and Grasso parks are going to change. So they're currently in the general fund, they're going to move to the landscape fund.
And
when this comes before the council, I'm a visual person, and so if this could be put into a table that says where it currently is and then recommended location, that would really help me get clarity on what pieces we're moving around into what buckets.
And actually, I think this map, the color coded the new way.
Is this
Right.
easier? Or you want a new map? A new map?
Yeah, I mean, there's the current map, and then there's the recommended map.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was.
Before and after.
The after, because I was reading the bullets and I was flipping to the map to make sure, but then the after map, and then we start having less of one color and stuff like that.
Yes. Because one of the things also that, like, we got an email from a resident that said, like, the history of the landscape fee was designed to deal with basically the Rock Creek amenities, right? But, like, it has been used for landscaping around Sagamore for decades, right? And now we've got parks 1 and 2 and all the downtown parks, so like it has changed and people have paid into it. So it's, it has evolved since the 20 years ago when the town assumed it, right? All right, so.
Yeah, and I would just say, on to that, Rock Creek was primarily the neighborhood paying that fee. Now downtown Superior residents pay that fee, so it makes sense to have those parks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is the fee per household? Is there a
30?
It depends on.
Depends.
Yeah, it varies.
Depends on if you have a single family home, an apartment, or
like a
Attached or detached?
36 a month, and you get to use everything in the entirety of the town, right?
Which everyone has always been able to do.
Well, why doesn't Old Town pay into that?
Well, that's one of the things that we're trying to rectify.
Well, I'd be the first person to say against it, but
Yeah.
it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean,
Or Coal Creek Crossing.
Yeah,
currently
exactly,
doesn't get
yeah.
into it.
I think,
Just missed.
if you're gonna come out of there and enjoy one of the concert series and you live in Old Town, you're utilizing the parks that everybody else is paying for. I think it should be a homogeneous fee for everybody in the town.
That's what we're trying to fix.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So,
the tapestry that we're trying to.
yeah, so let's just make sure that we're all kind of
Yes.
on board with the staff recommendations, because that then dictates what the universe of properties are going to look like, and the universe of properties that are going to pay into it is going to look like, and then staff can move forward with the rate study and come with the recommendations. So, maintenance of Children's, Asti, and Grasso Park change. So they're currently in the general fund. They would move to the landscape fee.
And when you do bring this forward, I think to Mike's point, we kind of have how much we were spending on that, because it'll be helpful to understand, rather than landscape fee was 4 million, now it's 4.5 million, what is driving that kind of thing.
We don't have cost by park,
Okay.
but we can kind of ballpark.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
based on,
Number of square feet and it's going to be a very small number for those, but it'd be helpful to have just a magnitude of what's coming in and out.
So next item is Community Park and Autry Park change to be fully funding through the landscape fee. So currently, Community Park is funded by the general fund.
just portions, the developed part of it, so it's kind of weird. Portions of community park and portions of Autry, they're both split.
So like, is it the baseball diamonds and the?
It's kind of the developed areas
Oh, you said that, yeah, okay.
were more of the.
Gotcha.
The general fund, and then, yeah, the same with Autry Park, it was more that north parcel, which was where the parking lot and the dog park and bike parks, and now the pickleball courts are.
I guess I hadn't realized that jungle gym, the community park, the jungle gym was actually paid for out of the general fund instead of the landscape fund. Wow, okay. I mean, I knew the baseball diamonds and the football court, the soccer field, but that jungle gym is an odd one. Okay.
Okay.
You don't have the playground?
Yeah.
The playground was in the general fund instead of the landscape fund.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. You kept saying jungle gym, and I was like, what is he talking
Jungle
about?
gym. I don't know. I mean, because you call it community park. Community park is like the whole
The
thing.
structure area where
Yeah.
the playground is, okay.
The swingy thing.
Yeah, okay. The thing that we need to fix.
Yes. All right. Then we've got residents in original town. So the next item is residents in original town and Coal Creek Crossing are assessed landscape fee funds at a future determined date. This results in all residents being assessed landscape fees. So that addresses that issue.
And I think a note that we're trading back and forth, like all Bell Flatirons pays this, but it's like one account that pays into it. You know, so every,
It gets,
Part of
yeah,
their-
they,
yeah, so every
Contract
resident
collect.
of Bell Flatirons is paying this fee, which is an important one because everyone sort of forgets that. And it's just one account, so it's sometimes not apparent.
All right, and this is, at a future rate study will determine the rates assessed to residents, including any differential based on type of residence or location of residence. Services included in the landscape maintenance fee include general turf and flower maintenance, tree and shrub maintenance, park drainage, and trash. So does that mean that snow removal is not?
I mean, that is included.
So snow removal on trails?
General landscape item, so.
On trails within the landscaped area?
It also includes irrigation,
Okay.
utilities, and snow removal.
Yeah, it would be, let's just beef up the services that are provided in the landscape areas.
Yeah.
So snow removal on trails comes out of the landscape fee, but snow removal on roads would come out of the general fund.
At a public works, yeah.
Public Works.
Or public works.
And just to clarify on trash, because I know the Metro District does some of its trash at like the Village Green and Miners Park, right?
No.
They've got this really skinny trash can that is different than our trash cans.
But we also do trash. We have trash cans at both those locations too.
There's, at Miners, there's two trash cans. There's a skinny one for dog poo, and then there's a standard town one. And I've been confused, are we doing both of those, or is the Metro District doing?
No, we do both. We do
Okay.
both the dog waste and the trash.
Okay. It seems kind of redundant at that point. I mean, they're literally two trash cans that are about 20 feet apart, so I thought some of them were placed by the Metro District.
If they're not within the park proper, they might be.
Part of the Metro District? Okay, I think
I
it's on the other side of the sidewalk.
Ones are on the sidewalk,
Yeah.
on the trail leading
Yeah.
up to Miners Park.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
It's a patchwork downtown.
Yeah, okay, so that might be something for a future date to understand. Because, you know, we're collecting trash at the Village Green,
Yes.
but then the Metro District's got its, you know, scattered trash cans in other places.
And that, some of that might be.
That's where I'm headed, right? You know, you don't need 9 places to put dog poo, although that 10th time is when that person decided to leave it there, right? So, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Could I go back for the differential based on type of residence or location? We have the 3 types, so it's those 3. Have we gotten rid of the location like we talked about? Or, hey, we're going to change it based on if they have fence or where they're located?
I think that's still an open question. I think when we do this rate study, I'd like to understand what the cost would be of assessing, and based on like what the Rock Creek HOA said at their last meeting, it seems like they were at least directionally supportive of Rock Creek homeowners as a whole being assessed some additional cost for landscape fee, maintenance of the fences in the Rock Creek neighborhood. So some willingness for Rock Creek residents only to be paying for the fences as a whole. And we had talked about it previously of it being kind of further split down to the people who actually had the fences versus the people who, just all residents in Rock Creek. And at least the discussion from the HOA board was they were more supportive of Rock Creek residents as a whole, but not all town residents.
But that was only a subset of the board, so.
It wasn't unanimous, but I think it was a majority. And I think kind of the reasoning there was just that there's a benefit to the entire Rock Creek community if everybody's fences look uniform and look well maintained.
But to be clear, you know, one of the things we're doing when we're laying this water pipe for the Metro District, we're assessing them a fee for that. If we're going to go down the path of, you know, painting somebody else's fence, you know, in addition to the direct cost, we need to charge the indirect cost for the administrative fee.
Contract.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that, if we are going to do that for the fences, that's going to be a bigger lift on billing and trying to figure out what addresses are paying what and what's the difference. So we're going to have, instead of 3 different things, there's going to be a multitude. So it's something I'll need an answer kind of before we go to the rate study, or I can do 2 different ones, but I need to know what the number is going to be on total numbers of who would pay that fence.
And, you know, I mean, I'm open to the conversation about kind of just like looking at the map, right? And, you know, if we looked at this, and right now we've been slicing it depending on the type of home versus like location, but given the percentage of landscaped areas that are being addressed by the town, I think it would be, notwithstanding the discussion about like fences, but while everybody benefits from like access to the parks, and it seems like, you know, Rock Creek residents should pay more than downtown residents than Sagamore residents because more of their general area is being landscaped. So I'd be supportive of a kind of like pro rata assessment that reflects the amount of work that's being done in a particular area.
I would agree with you to a point. The issue is north and south of Colton within Rock Creek. It's a very different relative amount of landscaping. I mean, if it's one number for Rock Creek, that's fine, but if we start slicing it, there's a lot of folks that are south of Rock Creek that don't think that they benefit with as many amenities. I don't agree with that.
South of Colton, you mean? Is it
Sorry,
south versus
yeah,
north?
we have too many roads that start with C's. South of Colton, right? You know, there's more amenities north of Colton. I don't think that there is, because you got Wildflower Park now. So, all right, I'm going to shut up and just.
No, you get the pool too. I mean, there are amenities down there.
No, I agree. It's been a complaint in the past.
There's
Is that there's more amenities.
There's a lot of trails, there's the pool, like, I would argue, just based on this map alone and knowing, having walked those trails, there's a lot of pocket parks in there.
There's more houses and they have less space on their properties on
There's also
many of
Coyote
them,
Ridge too,
but
yes.
I think the amenities are.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a difference. Like Purple Park is all manicured, right? And this is, a lot of this is unmanaged. It's just, you know, it grows
More
naturally.
native.
It has more native grasses south of Colton. North of Colton is more heavily manicured. And I think that's the difference. Whether or not because I think from a cost perspective, we spend more on the manicured stuff than we do everything else.
I guess I was looking at it from the perspective of like, if I lived in Sagamore or if I lived in Coal Creek Crossing or wherever, like, you know, and I'm seeing, you know, Vargas, you know, once a week, you know, maybe cutting the grass, versus like every day, like, you know, doing stuff in the area. Like the amount of time that they're spending on Rock Creek is a lot. And so I think that, like, you know, if we're going, especially if we're going to be bringing in people that haven't been brought in previously, I think like one way to kind of make it fair would be to say like, okay, well, we're going to be assessing a landscape fee in a way that reflects the proportionate amount of landscape in your neighborhood.
So hopefully that, whatever that math is an upfront cost to staff. Yes, Jeff, it's gonna take some.
Yeah.
Yes, but hopefully it's upfront done and then it lasts for a long time.
It shouldn't change.
As far as, yeah.
I mean, those spaces.
I think we'll have the conversation about whether or not the town should do fencing in Rock Creek or not. Is that after a rate study, so we have some dollar amounts?
I think we have to do it before, just so Jeff and the team know to work that into the rate study. And I know you already provided us figures. It was $31 a year, or $2.60 for all Rock Creek residents, or $60.65 a year, or $5.06 a month for just those that had fences backing to the open space that would be the ones to get the paint. But I think that we need to probably figure that out before the rate study. And I like your idea of, you know, predominantly a lot of the landscaping is happening in Rock Creek, so it should be just split across the board. I mean, obviously the fencing, I don't think anybody outside of Rock Creek residents should be paying for that, period. And who in Rock Creek pays that is a discussion, but I think we do need to have a discussion about how we allocate the rest of the landscaping piece, since some marketing is.
Part of what I would like to dig into a little bit is, based on what I read from the recap of the HOA meeting, is that the HOA board feels like the town could get more economies of scale because we're theoretically doing all this other fencing. I don't know if that's a factual statement or not, or if that's just somebody's belief because they don't want to have to do the work, to contract out.
They'd rather have someone else do
So,
it.
you know,
It's the same area, it doesn't change.
Yeah, I mean, whoever contracts for the fencing, whether it's the HOA or the town, will get more economies of scale than if we're doing it on like a homeowner
right,
basis,
but I'm
right?
saying,
Yeah.
my interpretation of the summary that you shared is that the HOA believes that the town will get better economies of scale at pricing because we theoretically have all this other fencing that we're folding into that. I don't know if that's a factual statement or not. I'd love to hear from, the subject matter experts on whether or not they think that we could get better pricing. And again,
Less
there's an
than a
administrative
fourth.
lift.
It's less than a fourth. It's like 21%. Is that what we
That is
came up?
town fence.
It is town fence.
And we rotate those every year, so it's not like we're doing 100% of the fence to get that economy of scale. Last year, was it 2023, when I sent that out today? They were all town fence, and so there really isn't a benefit to have the town piece because we rotate every 4 years. And there's your economy of scales, is it's, 25% of the fence, and that's what we get.
So realistically, since they're 3/4 of it, we should be partnering with them to get our fence painted.
Right.
I mean, realistically, they just don't want to do it, right?
Yeah.
They see the fact that we have staff and everybody else that could just go do it because they don't have a staff.
Yeah, I mean, and they, I think, one point that, was raised during our discussion with them and then also during their meeting was that they have never had to do it.
They've never done it.
Right? Like, we have been doing it for them. So of course, it's easier for us to do it than it is for them to start doing something new. And, they've got a limited budget and, limited staff. And, so I think in part of these discussions was whether there would be some sort of like timeline to transition it. Like if we can come to like an agreement with them. But one of the objections that was raised, or at least one of the concerns that was raised from the HOA and from the HOA's council was whether or not the HOA like actually could like legally do the fence painting and like whether they could get access and kind of raising the question of like whether or not it's like impossible or not for them to actually perform, in which case I think if it, because basically the suggestion that was raised by Stan, who's their lawyer, was that they didn't think that they would be able to paint the fences without like a court order that says like, you haven't painted your fences, fallen into disrepair, it's violating the covenants, and therefore here's a court order allowing you to paint. And I think practically, like, nobody's going to object to like, you want to come, you want to paint my fence tomorrow? Like, you don't need permission, like you can do it. Nobody's going to object to like the HOA or the town doing it. But at least that was like one of the concerns that was raised that I don't think is going to be like, yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's going to be a problem, but.
No, I mean, I think Mark's right. Like it's a learning experience for them, and rather than learn it, they'd rather let somebody else do it.
Right.
I think we've also heard from residents, they're concerned that the HOA won't do it, or there's going to be a lot of roadblocks, which we're kind of seeing the roadblocks already being raised. But I think we've heard from a few residents that are saying, the HOA, it seems a little scattered, and we've seen the management companies changing, and it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of continuity there. So I think residents have a concern that in addition to the economies of scale, which, HOA or us, I don't think it really matters which of us does it. There's economies of scale, just somebody doing all of them. But concern over whether or not they're organized enough to do it appropriately.
Yeah.
Well, in the town staff, I mean, we have an opportunity cost with town staff
We
time.
contract it out.
But I mean,
We're
you
still
still
on the
administrative
RFP.
contracting and all the
components that go into all of that. And so there's an opportunity cost of what aren't we getting to do because we're now managing this fencing contract.
And replacement, are we gonna?
We're not doing replacement.
Right, I know,
we need
but
to-
like, then what? Like, if we're doing it, but the fences need replacing, at what point do we say, we painted it too many times, like, that's on you? And then who holds that owner liable to, or like, to
And
account to?
we're
like-
at that point.
I know, we are.
No, that's an excellent point, because I think we should have some clarification either amongst ourselves at the HOA, because are we doing maintenance to maintain the fence, or are we maintaining a perimeter? Because if it is the latter, now we're talking about replacement of the fence. Because then that's on us, and that is phenomenally expensive, and I don't think that's something that we're looking to get into if we're talking about just maintaining it.
Yeah.
And the second thing we should think about with the HOA, let's say, just for devil's argument, we take on the maintenance of it, strictly the maintenance of painting it. And then in 28, we take over the trash, right? Why should there be an HOA?
Well, that's.
What's the point? I mean, what are they holding on to?
But I mean, I think it's a legitimate, and this is going to be something that we're going to need Nick to weigh in on like a legal opinion. Like one of the concerns that, you know, I would, so when we go through this rate study, in addition to kind of like assessing the appropriate amount of landscape fee that a particular neighbor should pay based on the amount of work that's being performed in that area. As a supplement to that, I would like to see what the numbers would be if you also included the painting of the Rock Creek fences, including in that all the admin time and the hard costs associated with starting that back up and carrying that. But so then we can, I think, make it like an informed decision of like, okay, this is what it would like realistically cost to, you know, fairly and equitably assess this landscape fee to the entire community, to the appropriate neighborhoods, based on the stuff that's being performed to them. But then what I'd like to really understand is if we did this, what does that mean from the town being potentially like liable for replacement costs? Because when we raised this with the HOA, when we were in the meeting with the 3 HOA members, Neil and I, at least the impression that I got from that meeting was there was no expectation from the HOA board that the town would be responsible for the wholesale replacement of the fences in Rock Creek. And to me, like, that's a different discussion. Like, if it's just like we're painting this once every 4 years, but we're not on the hook for a $10 million capital expense in 10, 15, 20 years, that's one discussion. But if by doing this, we are potentially, then that's a different question altogether. So like, I think we're gonna need to have like legal kind of weigh in on that, because during the HOA, even though that was the discussion that was had with us when we were there, during the HOA board meeting on Thursday night, Stan suggested that the town would be responsible for the replacement costs. In which case, if that's going to be the suggestion from the HOA, then I don't think that we should go there.
Absolutely not.
Is there something legally that we could have Nick draft if we did decide to do maintenance, but not replacement, obviously? That basically explicitly says, so we don't have residents coming back saying, well, you know, you were maintaining them, now you should have to replace them. Something that explicitly says, you know, the town is not responsible for replacing. HOA recognizes that the town is not responsible. Because, you know, minimum, it looked like it was going to be about $4.75 million for vinyl, which was actually cheaper than the wood. That was the cheapest option and more fire resistant, although not fireproof. That's not a small number, so I'd want to make sure it's written down so residents. Yeah, there's our town hall expansion.
But what about when, if that, let's say that happens, what about when they do need to be replaced? Then what do we do?
Just walk away.
Are we going,
Spray
we've
the paint,
decided
just
this fence needs to be replaced, so we're not painting this one anymore? Or what about the one board and the one board and the 6 boards and the like, because I know we've been kind of doing that.
This becomes a,
So
my
what
mind, this
is
is a very slippery
what's the
slope
line
once we start
of
talking
we
about it.
do our part and the other part now falls on who, like the resident? Is it the HOA? Is it, you know?
I think we need to be really careful with like just how we're communicating it. And like, I don't think we communicated our kind of previous actions with regards to the fences very well. So like if we, let's just say we entertain, okay, we're willing to restart fence painting, but we're not doing any maintenance. Something that goes in people's utility bills that says like, this is how your landscape fee is changing, and these are the services that you're getting, something that clearly says like, oh, by the way, like, we're gonna be painting, but we're not replacing it. If there's a wind event, like, that's on you.
Don't put on click to fix.
10 to 20 years from now when the thing falls over, like, that's on you. Just to kind of clearly communicate it. But I think that's also something that we're gonna need legal to weigh in on to just kind of like better understand that, because I don't think we have all the information that we need to be able to make the informed decision. But like, I'd like to at least understand what the cost would be, because maybe we are willing to like restart painting in a limited fashion, provided that, we're recouping the costs adequately. But maybe we're not. But I think if we're going through the rate study, we can at least have that as, option A, option B.
I think for the rate study, the biggest thing, if you want to change by locations, I'm going to need direction on, all right, for Rock Creek, it's X. If they're in Sagamore, it's, 70% of X, because I've got to figure out what you guys want as the parameters for the rates. Because now we have 3, single family, attached and apartments. If we add locations, that's going to add a much different thing, and I need to figure out what you guys want.
Can you just read our minds?
Yeah.
I'll get 7 different answers.
And then just put that in the machine and.
I mean, we have a relative estimate of how much we spend for landscaping in Rock Creek, how much we spend with DTS versus all the rest, right? Like if I think of 3 buckets, there's Rock Creek, downtown, and then there's original town Sagamore. If we can separate out the expenses into those 3 areas, then we know the number of homes in each, we can kind of get a rough magnitude of the difference, and then the board's going to have to make a decision in terms of how much, because if you go down that path entirely, it's probably going to be one neighborhood pays 99% of this, and the rest of it doesn't have to pay anything because the relative costs are very skewed. So we may have to move some of those expenses to other parts of town.
I mean, I think something that lands, I don't think we need to be like super scientific about this, but I think, if we ended up like Rock Creek's paying twice as much as what people in Sagamore are paying, that seems fair, or 3 times as much. I don't know what it is, but
no, that's right. I mean,
something like that.
That's what I want to understand is just the relative magnitude of expenses.
It would be a pretty large exercise for us to separate the costs out by neighborhood, because they don't bill that way. We'd have to go through every invoice.
What if we just did it simply on acreage?
Square footage?
Acreage, square footage.
It's a ballpark.
Yeah, I think for the most part, we know how many manicured acres we have in any space, and I don't think we spend 3x more time on 1 acre of manicured lawn in one area versus the other. So I think if you just go on square footage or just acres, that's probably enough.
Are we the only community that has this interesting mix of? We are.
I mean,
so we are special scope.
There's very few that have.
Because I was wondering if we've benchmarked with other communities that have similar situations.
There's cities out there that have street maintenance fees.
Yeah.
But it's one rate for everybody.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But cities do have fees for different various maintenance costs.
This is a really, maybe a unique mix of circumstances.
All right, so back to the staff recommendations. So we talked about the rate study. So then we talked about kind of like the scope of the services, and we're going to just bolster that to adequately include like all of the things that, all the services that are actually prepared, being done by the landscape fee. Then we're removing the vehicle expenses from the landscape maintenance fee fund. Town-owned fence maintenance remains in the CIP budget. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add in this B option in the rate study of what it would cost to do the Rock Creek fences. And then holiday lighting remains in the CIP budget with recommended reductions from town council. So holiday lighting, was that Was that previously in landscape, or that was always in?
I think it's always been,
It's always been general fund.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Holiday lights have never been in landscape.
It came up as a conversation, I think, a couple times, so. but-
So, I know the staff recommendation says it remains in the CIP, but I heard it, you just said it comes out of the general fund.
Yeah, it's not in the CIP.
No, it's.
Yeah, that's just this.
All right, so
Oh, okay.
it should be in the general fund.
General fund, okay.
All right. Okay. So I think we agree with all the staff recommendations here in terms of how to rectify the universe of the area and the services that are provided. Now the question is, like, in terms of pulling in, who should be paying in the landscape fee? How does everybody around the table feel about pulling in the neighborhoods that have historically not paid into the landscape fee? So Coal Creek Crossing and Original Town. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think to Jason's point of, like, so much of the community comes out for the concerts and, going around the parks. I mean, it feels like,
4th of July at community parks.
yeah, it's like people are using the parks.
I haven't heard any arguments for why we wouldn't do it. Just
The only reason is because we
historically.
haven't, and
That's not-
it impacts people, and nobody likes paying a fee that they haven't had to pay in the past.
No, but I
It's
think
not a good
some,
enough reason. Sorry. Oh, no, go ahead.
I think some considerations of, the Rock Creek and the rest of the others being a subset of that number is a good way, and I think you said that earlier, is, if it's $100, it's 50 for these income, for the rest of the community, or whatever the numbers are, I think is also a way to ease it back in. I mean, people are not gonna be happy, but, it is our community, and we're trying to be inclusive in the
Yeah.
fact that we're sharing the expenses across the whole community.
Yeah, we're trying to equitably apportion the landscape fee in the areas in which they're getting the services, right?
My only thought on that is that we're trying to fix this.
Yeah.
And so fixing it mostly is not like, if there's like some tiered way to bring them in, like, because at some point someone's gonna be like, why are they only paying this much, but they're paying this much? Because if we're gonna fix it and bring everybody in, then it's not gonna, it's not gonna feel better if we bring, some of it now and a little bit, no one's gonna like that. It's not gonna make them happy, I think, no matter what, but I think it shouldn't prevent us from fixing this properly and equitably across the entire town.
So, Jen, are you suggesting that we just fix this all at once, or are you suggesting that we phase this in to?
I don't want to do the phase in, I think that's just gonna cause
Just rip the Band-Aid off and
problems.
fix it?
But,
No, I agree.
like
I was more, the proportionate part was the part I was discussing, whether it was all Rock Creek because they have a higher percentage of the manicured space was the approach I was.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, and that's why I wanted
Never mind.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we're,
Sorry.
so we're all directionally on board with like a proportionate landscape fee based on your neighborhood?
There's a universal landscape fee, and there's a multiplier if you live in neighborhood X.
Does that give Jeff enough to?
Not really. Because I don't know what you want those numbers to be.
I want them all to be zero.
Well, shouldn't it be based on that?
I mean,
I think me, Leslie, and
Cover the-
Jeff can get together based on this discussion.
I want it to be enough so it covers our expenses.
oh yeah, no, I think that the
Yeah,
base
not
number is gonna
moving
have to cover the expenses,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Like, and I think if you, and I think to Mark's point, like if you do the basic multiplier, I think you could probably say original town, Sagamore, and downtown pay like 1.0 of the service fee, and Rock Creek's probably paying 2.2, 2.4. And that's probably gonna get you all what you need, relative on a go-forward basis. And then there's a multiplier or an adder for fence painting, if we want to go down that path. And we have, I think to Stephanie's point, we have ironclad IGA with the HOA. Because the other part on painting is it's not forever. It's going to have a sunset. Like we're not in the business of painting. Right? I mean, we're like the only community that's painting.
Right.
That's the one thing that we do that no one else does.
Also, wood fences.
Yeah.
Like, we should
I
not
philosophically have an
replacing
issue
those
with
more wood
local government
fences.
painting private property fences.
And we did enter into agreement for open space fences, and there's massive scope creep. And that's what everyone thinks that, is the basic service now.
Yeah, that's why I think if we take that on, it needs to be very explicit because the language right now is so wishy-washy that it's very open to interpretation, and one person's interpreting it this way and another's not. And then it creates this like back and forth fighting, well, you're supposed to do this, well, not really, because it's reading this way to me. So it needs to be very explicit and says that we are not replacing fences or boards or
screws or nails.
Yeah.
Do you know, Matt, the backstory of why, like how and why SMD 2 and 3 came to be dissolved? Like who started
Cost
that?
savings.
Yeah, but who
So
drove
the town, it was really being pushed by the town board and staff at the time. Because we were getting calls from residents. There's a lot of confusion. Residents would call town hall and we would say, no, you have to call the districts because the districts maintain those parks or roads. And so then they'd have to go call, the districts, and sometimes the districts would get called, and so there's a lot of confusion from residents on who was maintaining what. So that was one reason. The other reason was just basic cost savings. I mean, when we took over the districts, they had a debt mill levy, I forget it was like 21 or 22 mills, and we were able to reduce that to 8 mills within the first year to all the property owners and businesses in Rock Creek. So that was the other big cost savings. We thought I'd have to go back and look at the memo. I think we thought we could save, at least $500,000 by taking over the districts. So cost savings plus simplifying to the residents who maintains what in the town at that point. But it had to go to a vote and it's passed. But we inherited a lot of things like maintaining the fences and things like that. So.
Well, and that's another reason that original town wasn't part of it, because they got a reduction in property taxes. Original town got an increase.
Right. Because it was a town that had no like.
But the decision to not have original town pay a landscape fee was just a decision the board made at the time, because it's a fee.
Correct.
The fee didn't go to the voters per se, because we're allowed under Tabor to assess fees.
At that point, that the town board could have decided to charge that to original town residents, but
Wasn't the board primarily
Decided
town residents at that time?
No, at that point, I think there was Rock Creek.
But I think in order to get it through, that was the compromise they made. But I mean, right now with fees, this board can make a decision to charge one area of town whatever fee it wants, right? And over the last 20 years, we could have implemented this fee on original town. We just have chosen not to.
Correct.
And then for Coal Creek Crossing, for whatever reason, that was just like an oversight of when that development was approved in the mid-2010s.
Yeah, it was something that should have been included in the SIA or the annexation agreement or both, and it wasn't.
So I did ask Bell Flatirons, they'll pay the fee, as does Offview Shores. Okay. Want to make sure that we didn't miss any others.
Just those two neighborhoods.
And Calmontes.
Yeah.
And I did some just kind of back of the envelope math on Coal Creek Crossing, and we've lost about $170,000 worth of landscape fees over the past 9-10 years.
No paint 1 year fences.
Don't do that, Matt.
But it's just, it all adds up. Right? And we're providing services that all of the, and that's assuming that they would be paying the current full rate, but, okay. I mean, I think we're making progress to try to address these structural concerns. We may decide once we see the rate study, we're not going to do anything, and we're just going to maintain the status quo and continue to rob Peter to pay Paul and fund things out of the general fund. But it'll be interesting to at least see what the rate study will show. How long do you think it'll take to complete a rate study and get back to us?
Tomorrow.
It depends on how many options we've got, depending on what we do with this. Last time I talked to the person that's going to do it, she thought she could do it in 6 weeks.
Okay.
So.
Well, we have a lot on our plate the next
6 weeks.
several meetings. Only one meeting in March. Ideally, we set the landscape fee in our fee schedule when we're adopting the budget. So the time, I think, to kind of address this would be at budget time.
Or a conversation before.
Well, definitely a conversation before, but like.
Even if it's just a work session on that one topic, because there's probably going to be a lot to unpack in that rate study, and we'll probably have a lot of questions to understand. Like, okay, if it's, we're going to make up a number, 47% rate increase, we're like, well, we can't do that. We need to phase this in over 3 to 5 years. What does that do to fund balances and all that kind of stuff, so.
And we still need to continue to have a conversation with the HOA, because, I still think that really the path of least resistance to getting what should be done is they do special assessments periodically, fund a war chest, and then they hire a contractor that paints the fences in whatever schedule they want to maintain it. And then we're just removed from that. And then the fences in Rock Creek are painted nicely, and periodically they could be replaced in the same way with a special assessment, and the HOA then maintaining the look and feel that they want that's consistent with their covenants. And then we're not wasting our time with staff time on working on this kind of unique relationship, and we can just kind of go forward with a landscape fee that makes sense. But we haven't gotten a clear answer from the HOA if they're able to do that, let alone willing. Hopefully they are able and willing.
What would be nice too is we're doing the rate study, and maybe it is something we need to phase in because it might be a little intense to do all in 1 year, but it would be nice to not be robbing Peter to pay Paul. I would like the landscape fee to self-fund, like whatever we're using funds to do stuff around parks and open space and all that, not open space, true open space, but those kind of common areas. It'd be great if we could not be funding that out of the general fund, because to me it feels like that should be funded through the landscape fee, and the fee just needs to self-fund whatever that amount is that residents need to be paying into that.
What is the correct way to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Leslie.
all the hard work.
Thanks.
Thank you for helping us untangle this knot.
I find it interesting that boards ago thought that having to call the town or the metro district was too much for residents, so they combined it. And we have residents going to planning and to parks and recs and to the town hall and to like communities. So that's all. We can fix that.
They didn't have internet back then, so it's a whole different story.
Better or worse?
Time check. So the agenda has the meeting done at 10, we can go to 11 if you'd like as well, but I think the budget presentation is about an hour.
It took 50 minutes for the finance committee.
Yeah, Neil's here. It's probably gonna be like an hour.
Hey man, I got no questions anymore. I've been here long enough to know all of it.
And we have, in addition to the budget, we have economic development plus the 2 other items, so.
Is there any way to let Jill do something so she's next day or?
Well, Jill's next.
Like, oh, okay, cool. I thought she was gonna go after Jill. I was like, we could maybe move that around.
Well, I guess what we could do is we could, number one, we can go to 11 if we wanted to, but we could do the economic development presentation, and we could do items G and H, and then either start the budget and continue it, or we could reschedule for later.
We could schedule for a regular meeting as well, if we have time.
It's not on the top. We don't have time.
At this point, that's right.
Why don't we, I guess my preference is, why don't we, let's do Jill's economic development strategies, and then I'm I'm open to talking about G&H before the budget, and then we can start the budget.
See where we're at.
Okay,
All right.
sounds good.
Sorry, Jeff.
I think Mike and I need to bring in an extension cord.
Well, yeah, let me go see.
No, that's all right.
Mark. It's clearly not prepared.
Mine is fully charged, but it's a 6-year-old battery now. So.
Yeah, yours is.
Just go sit in the comfy chair.
That should be the rule.
That's true.
However long your systems can make it, that's how long the meetings are.
Oh, that's because it's inverse to how long I'm in here. I can go.
Hello.
A cookie?
Chocolates are fantastic.
Macadamia nuts ones are really good too.
Are they? I've been waiting on the table.
We can do
We
a
can
swap.
switch it.
Yeah, here.
Oh. Between that and cookies.
Gosh, Mike.
Easy, Mike.
Okay. So wanted to review some of the economic development kind of tasks and priorities with you. I included your board priorities here that related to economic development, and Matt covered them earlier tonight, but these are all included, and you're well aware of them as you set them. The key industries remain the same. I've taken off a few because we've recruited some. We had like tap house and winery. Now that we've got that, those are no longer necessary. But definitely with an emphasis on entertainment, supporting entrepreneurs and startups. I think hotel is definitely going to be a priority. Health and wellness continues to be a key category that is expanding. We'd love to see some outdoor and or recreation type businesses, retail, of course, in all of our centers, restaurants, especially in downtown Superior, and then sciences and technologies. So building relationships with businesses within these categories and making sure that we have good understanding of businesses that may be expanding is really going to be important. Downtown Superior, top priority for economic development, really continuing to finalize the construction and development for final build out. Really the retail on Main Street is mostly delivered. It's now about tenants committing to leases. And then once they do that, that is typically about a 6 to 9 month process minimum to get open. We have 2 businesses currently in construction and 1 that is at lease. So we'll continue to build out there. Securing quality tenants is essential to creating the vibrant community that we're all hoping will exist in downtown Superior. And also really with an emphasis on making sure that there's a diverse mix. Like right now we have a prospect that has ice cream, but because we have Menchie's, you know, it's not probably a great fit. So we have to be really sensitive about the tenants we already have in the mix, but also, you know, filling the gaps. We want to continue to activate Main Street by hosting events and activities to draw visitors. And as you've seen, the events have been a huge success. Great support from our event staff to help to transition some events to downtown. And the businesses we've received feedback from say that it definitely impacts their businesses when we host events downtown. And then just continuing to foster a strong community identity and culture here and really creating a sense of place. What is downtown Superior and why would businesses be attracted to it? We have all the elements that are essential. We have a mix of uses, retail, residential, hopefully office eventually, and recreational spaces. We have quality public spaces with parks, plazas, pedestrian pathways, and good connectivity from a transportation perspective with our access to trails and bike lanes, as well as parking. And I know that the sense is that parking is challenging, but that's really just an educational process. We do have plenty of parking downtown, and it's just about helping people get educated about how to utilize it and access it in an effective and efficient way.
Just gotta go around the corner and there's a spot.
Yeah. But as you know, I mean, it's coming to life. It looks beautiful. We have businesses that are creating vibrancy down here. It's really on us to try to support them, make sure they feel that we are, patronizing them as much as possible and really helping them to be successful. Again, the events are a great way to gain exposure too. I think one of the biggest challenges for downtown is that people don't know it's there. It's a little bit tucked away, so even residents within Rock Creek may or may not know what's open on a day-to-day basis. And then certainly within the greater region, making sure we're putting this on the map with marketing efforts and trying to bring people in to let them know what's available.
One of the things that Ranch wanted was a billboard of some sort, like an electronic sign behind the medical office building.
Yeah.
Has that come up again? I mean, the board was kind of like, it was gonna be a massive jumbotron, but I thought they'd come back with something a little smaller, but they never did.
No, and their signage is contingent on blocks 2 and 5.
Okay.
So as soon as that sale happens, which is actually slated for April, then we'll be able to maybe put their feet to the fire a little bit more on signage.
Okay.
The life science mixed use campus is still, hopefully happening within the future plans. We are concerned about securing tenants, but as Councilmember Miller mentioned earlier, we might need to shift that to a different concept, maybe quantum, maybe broaden it. So we're continuing to monitor the environment, but I also included an update from CBSA in your update a few weeks ago, and really the sentiment from the industry is that if we're in a holding pattern, and it's probably for the whole year. With given what's happening, a lot of this is federally funding based activity, and there's not going to be decisions made in the near future. So we'll continue to maintain the relationship with the developer, continue to kind of push with the broker and see where we can get and how we can repurpose this if needed. That's certainly a key piece of the downtown development, and really an important piece that will drive daytime traffic, which will support the existing businesses. So it is more difficult on the leasing side right now because we don't have existing daytime traffic down there to point to. And they want proof of that. So as they walk around, there's not the sense that there's daytime traffic down there at the moment. This is an example of what was proposed previously on the Resolute site. So these are different sites that we really have in our priority list. The Resolute site is zoned for a hotel, and the owner is definitely pressing to try to get a deal done. They brought a concept to us last week and claimed it would be a mixed-use development anchored by a hotel, but also have a significant amount of apartments tied to it. So we'll see where that goes, but it could be something like this, and that's really where we're trying to push to is having a good mix of uses there. Definitely with some sort of commercial activity and ideally with retail as well.
Are they also trying to sell the property?
They are. Yeah. So we'll see what comes. I'm not sure their marketing efforts. They just kind of started in earnest. So we'll see who comes to the table. But we had our first discussion with a prospective developer last week. This hotel site from the former Element is actually very active right now. We have a new broker from Avison Young that has taken the listing, and he is aggressively marketing it. I've had numerous conversations with hotel developers from all over the country. The financing component there that has to do with our Metro District and taxes is definitely a hindrance and something that we will have to work through a potential user there on coming to an agreement. So But I'm pleased to see there's activity. It's definitely coming back to life again, which it's been in a holding pattern for a while.
What would that look like in terms of how to work with them?
Yeah, it'll probably come down to rebating bed tax at a minimum, and then potentially rebating some of the development fees, if possible.
Are those mills spoken for in the TIF?
I'm sorry?
Are the mills spoken for in the TIF?
They go to pay down the debt, the bonds.
That's why it's taking longer, because there's no hotel.
But we
Right,
can also look at our portion of the sales tax, because there's sales tax for each room rental.
But the issue is how the mills are assessed on that versus like the Everhome hotel, right?
Yeah, so the developer, master developers have 3 separate taxing districts, and they have different property tax rates. And this one's the higher one.
Yep.
This is including the higher tax district.
So if we're looking at doing some kind of rebating, could we tie that to revenue targets that they hit so that we're not prematurely rebating stuff before?
Yeah, I mean, we can structure it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't do that for like Bigsby. It was just performance
I was
based.
just asking.
Yes, yeah.
They're asking for a huge.
Yeah, if they hit this target, then we can rebate this. Yeah.
Right, a percentage of something. So that we've got a little bit of skin in the game, they have some skin in the game, and we're not just writing a fat check.
Well, it would be performance-based anyway. It would be based on the number of room nights that they have, and so that tax goes into a fund, and then it would be rebated back to them. So the interesting thing, though, that I'm really trying to position this is that the neighborhood is very different now. It doesn't look the same as it did when we lost the hotel. There's a lot more activity downtown. There's a lot more businesses. Hopefully we'll get Bigsby going. That will generate room nights. You know, there's a lot more behind.
Coach Prime?
I'm sorry?
Coach Prime?
Yes, exactly. I've been trying to pitch that forever, that we're so close to Boulder, but yeah.
Jill, can I ask you, and maybe this is a dumb question, but is this challenge still, was this challenge there before though? It hasn't changed, correct? So Element faced the same challenge when they came to the property, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
They just
didn't know it.
Got it. Thank you.
And just one reminder, when we talk about incentives, this is part of the sales tax share agreement with Louisville, so
challenge.
we only get 2.7, we only get a third or half of that. So we only have 1.35 of our.
But Louisville's been pretty good with their BOP of crediting that for the first 5 years. It's just, you have to go ask for it.
And we plan to.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, or they have to go ask for it. Somebody's got to go and ask for it. And they get granted to Bixby's, and anybody else here, I think there's a whole separate discussion we need to have about that Louisville tax and when it sunsets. But for the near term, you absolutely get every penny back from Louisville that they're giving all the other businesses.
And Jill, if you want to write into your incentives, I can give them a hint as to when we're doing concerts at Folsom Field that have typically a 3-night minimum stay in most hotels, so.
I do think that it's a great location for that. I mean, it's going to be more affordable than going into Boulder. It's going to reduce any parking fees that you would be paying if you were in Boulder. I mean, there's a lot of benefit to being this close, but not in Boulder.
Parents weekend alone, I mean.
Well, the film festival is going to be
right. The film festival, right?
Oh, did they get it?
Right. Yeah.
It's coming.
So, the good activity recently on the site, so I anticipate having some pretty productive conversations over the next year and hopefully get to.
That's fantastic. I mean, from where this was just 18, or I guess like 8, 9, 10 months ago, this is huge.
For sure.
These guys are making it really easy to not buy the property.
But it leads into just the need for economic development incentives and what that looks like. And I think it's going to be important for the board to have a discussion about what we would be willing to do, what we're prepared to do, what it will take to get some investment in some cases. I definitely think both hotel sites, not the Everhome site, but the other two, have poised themselves for this discussion. And so I think it's important to talk about and be able to say, this is what we potentially would be willing to do, and this is how much that would generate, and be able to have that conversation up front. I don't necessarily think that we should lead with it in the marketing materials, which is what Resolute is doing. You know, I don't think we should promise anything before we get to the table with a prospective user. But I think it's important to understand what the parameters can be on a particular site and what it might take. So I would recommend doing that for both hotel sites in conjunction with the finance team, and make sure that we understand where we can get funds and what we have to work with, but also for downtown Superior. The businesses, for the most part, I would say, have asked for incentives. The only ones that haven't are Crack Boba and Studio Pilates, which make me think that it is feasible to do a project down there without an incentive. But at the same time, it is costly, there is a risk. And so several of the businesses have asked for incentives. As we get into restaurant discussions, it's becoming increasingly larger amounts that they're asking for. So I think we need to be prepared to evaluate incentives and maybe have a standard for what we're willing to do, what the criteria is, where we're getting the funds from, and be consistent in our application of grant funding for businesses that need it. So we do have a potential restaurant there currently they're at lease, and they're asking for $350,000, which will come to you on April 10th. And I think in advance of that, it probably would be good to have a discussion from an incentive perspective of what we would be willing to do for downtown businesses. It might be an interesting discussion to have in front of the business on April 10th, unless we've prepared for it in advance. Because then otherwise that will put you in the uncomfortable position to have to say yes or no to them directly, versus saying, kind of, this is our policy, this is what we'd like to do, this is what we have the ability to do, and be able to have a framework. So.
As part of that discussion, I would like to have a conversation with Louisville as well, to see what they're willing to kick in. So basically, like anything that we're looking in downtown to potentially do some sort of incentive, given the sales tax revenue share, we should just have a standing agreement with Louisville that says that, okay, they match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've got a new manager there, so let's start that conversation now. So at least it's.
And as part of these one-off discussions, it's also super important to understand what Seabury or Carmel is putting in as well. I know we had that conversation with Bixby's, which made it a little bit easier. But if they're not putting in anything, from a taxpayer base, we gave the TIF to the developer to create everything, and to, for the next round of incentives to all come from here, and they're not putting anything in, is a little asymmetric.
Yeah, I think that their contribution is definitely on the TI, and they're willing to do additional TI to make the deal work. So not every tenant is paying the same lease rate.
Right.
So depending on the structure of their deal, that's how Carmel is coming to the table, is with additional TI. And I did talk with the developer at Flatiron Crossing Mall, and we compared confidentially our lease rates, and we're very close. They're offering more along the lines of $200 per square foot for those build outs in the Flatiron Crossing Mall, but it's a much larger developer. It's a national developer, and it has a much greater draw, right? The mall has much more foot traffic, much more activity. So given if you're really comparing the two projects, I feel very comfortable with us being in the 120 range versus 200 a square foot. So for build out, for TI.
Of course. Yeah, and I mean, I know whether it's Carmel or Seabury, they're not going to tell us their numbers publicly because they're trying to negotiate on everything. But we have to be totally transparent about what we're offering.
Yeah.
Which again makes it really difficult to be sort of equal-handed in how we're approaching these businesses. So I mean, whatever guidance you can provide in those conversations is going to be really helpful as to whether or not you think it's fair, because they'll share those numbers with you, but we just need some guidance to make sure that because we don't have an endless bucket.
Well, and I think also it's important for us to have this conversation in advance because where we are in the process when we discuss our position with a business shouldn't delay the leasing process, right? And that's kind of where we're at now, is that we have a prospect at lease and they won't go forward until we have this incentive discussion. So I think in the future, it would be best to kind of tag team during the lease negotiations to say, this is what the town generally offers for businesses of this type. And that way we can both, Carmel and the town, understand what our position is in the leasing process.
Does it make sense to go back to a boilerplate, sort of incentive, like, hey, brass tacks, here's how much we'll offer you? Because I mean, we had the super expensive, or the super aggressive one if we were going to land another Costco. We took that off the books because it was irrelevant. And we kind of went to, we're going to negotiate it on a one-off basis. But does it make sense to just have, hey, table stakes, if you come to do a business in Superior, here's what we'll give you. Everything else is subject to negotiations, but at least get you, comfortable.
Here's your menu of
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but you get level A just by doing business here. Whether it's new, old, or whatever, you come here, we'll give you this. Because that at least gets you started, and that, you can at least convince them I can get you this, and then everything else is subject to discussion.
Yeah.
Because I'm ready, I think we need to have some public table stakes in terms of what it is that we're offering that keeps us competitive, so that, people who don't even talk to Jill find us on the website, they're like, hey, maybe I'll go talk to them. Because, one of those conferences, a lot of these are desktop discussions first, before they pick up the phone.
Yeah. Well, and it's like what we have to offer though is limited. So as an example, we did the analysis for a business that would, like a restaurant that would be bringing in $1 million a year in revenues. And that would essentially equate to about $20,000 a year in Superior sales tax generated. And if we wanted to capture any of that, unless we wanted to rebate all of that 100% back to the business, if we wanted to split that, it could take us 15 to 30 years to pay them out a request. So we have to really be honest with ourselves about what we have to bring to the table and how much we could actually calculate. And I think sales tax rebates are good, one, because we don't have to commit all of it back to the business, right? We can commit a portion of our portion, which is already very small, but then we at least continue to benefit to some degree from a business locating here. But I think, it's essentially performance-based. Like, they do not get more than what they generate, and that can be a win-win in some cases, so.
Could you give some concrete examples of exactly what other communities are offering for economic development incentives?
Yeah.
Like dollar amounts or what the tax performance things are?
Yeah. So as an example, Thornton incented Chicken and Pickle, which is an entertainment option. It's huge. They incented them $3 million to come to their community.
And how much do they bring in per year?
They're not open yet, but.
Is this a singular location or are there other ones? This is the only place they have?
The first in Colorado.
Okay, so they have no idea what the performance of this business is going to be, and they put up.
They have projections within it, so, and I don't know off the top of my head what they are, but I mean, that was a heavy incentive to be able to bring that in. Across the street, the King Soopers that Louisville is bringing in, I think that incentive was 14 million.
And they're getting a gas station.
Yeah.
Another gas station. So what?
Because the one in Louisville downtown shut down, so they can transfer the finite number of gas station licenses in Louisville to the new King Soopers.
So to be competitive with other communities, what do we have to look at as far as our average outlay? Because to Neil's point, if we're going to set a menu and we're going to start saying we're going to bring you at this point, and we're still
well below,
and we're still struggling to get Main Street filled, at what point do we offer the larger incentives for the first ones to come in, like the avant-garde? And as the other businesses come in after them, maybe then we start lessening. And if someone complains like, well, you weren't here first, because really it's the first business, it's going to be that first restaurant that's going to set the tone for the other ones to come in. So how do we manage to do that and make it equitable for the town?
Yeah, I think they really have to be on a case-by-case basis, because you have to evaluate the benefit of a particular business and what it's going to generate in terms of activity, right? And not every restaurant is the same, in my opinion, right? You'll have businesses that are catalysts like Bixby that have a broad menu that can accommodate families and various tastes. And then you have very narrow menus like boba that is, there's one thing on the menu and there's not a whole lot of other offerings there. So if you don't drink boba or you don't, and how much is that going to drive? So the difference between the two is very different, and also the investment is very different. So that's another thing that is really important to keep in mind is how much capital investment is this business making? There should be criteria. Are they creating jobs? Are they investing long-term in the community? Is it a $7 million investment or is it a $1 million investment? And that's a big difference. And I think, Main Street is approachable for businesses. It's still expensive. It's very expensive, but, it is around the $1 million range to get open. And a lot of small businesses can have access to that type of capital. Do they want to do it in this current market and climate? It's a little challenging, but I think that is feasible for small businesses to take on that. And I think where we have to be honest with ourselves is what's the risk for those businesses and how do we catalyze some businesses to make the case that this is a vibrant area and then attract other businesses.
Because we're not operating on an island, we're operating to Broomfield with the mall and that mixed use that's going in, and they're going to be leasing to a great number of retail and commercial spaces. And I don't want us to be in a position where we're going to hedge our bets or we're going to play it too safely and then we lose too many businesses to this opportunity, and then Main Street has no other option really than to just go residential, and then that's the end of the story and then we're done.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, then Lewis will just get its half taxes, but we don't get any benefit out of either. So I just want to make sure we're as cautiously aggressive as possible I don't want to miss the window on this going forward.
No, and we've been through some of this before with Longmont and Lafayette backing up, bucket loads of cash, and Broomfield, bucket loads of cash. Lowe's disappeared, a hotel that we could have had disappeared. So it's a tough game, and I think everyone recognizes you're not competing, just to get it here, you're competing with everybody around here. I mean, Broomfield was trying to lure the Butterfly Pavilion. Butterfly Pavilion is just walking. That was a $15 million aggregate set of incentives. So there's a lot. But I think there's a lot of capital that's trying to stay on the sidelines right now because everything coming out of DC right now is, I'm going to just wait. No, I mean, it's sending a chill through the market as of today.
Realistic too.
Yeah.
Part of it also is housing too, right?
Yeah.
They're going to look at, the radius that they draw, and, one of the things that we have cutting against us is, we love the open space that we have, but it decreases our density in our radius. So allowing more people to move into town ups our numbers, and that makes a more compelling case for businesses that would potentially locate here.
Yeah, especially at the Main Street, we've got the density for that. So we've got, the incubator to have a successful commercial core. So we just have to get the couple of businesses to actually put in and make the investment and just trust us with a massive investment, especially at an economic time like this. So I just want to make sure we're not giving up any ground to another community that's just looking to surplus and take businesses away because they're bigger, they can afford it, and they're willing to take more risk than we are.
All right. So I would definitely recommend a work session to really kind of lay out all of our options, look at the sources of funds that we can pull from, maybe structure some detail around different levels of incentives that we can offer. But the other challenge with that is, do you want to incent every business? And that's what Louisville does. If you open there and get a business license, you're getting a sales tax rebate. And that's, I don't know if it's necessary, right? Businesses will locate in communities without incentives. So they're typically used to shift the discussion from other locations, right? So if they're considering multiple locations, if you are willing to incent them, that kind of shifts the focus on your communities. So.
No, I appreciate that point, because when we tried to get the incentive for Bixby's from Louisville, they did give us their business opportunity grant, which cuts the tax in half.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't go any further because they don't do that,
Yeah.
right? And our ability to be flexible, allows us to kind of, cherry pick who we want to throw bigger incentives at. And I think that's critical because not all, like you said, not all businesses are the same, but for Louisville, everything, is the same.
Well, and the other thing to consider is just like an equity question of what about Crack Boba? What about Studio Pilates? These businesses that have been able to come in on their own funding and get this to work, are they going to feel slighted because we didn't offer them money? So that could become a question later on down the line if more and more businesses get incentives, or if every business gets one. So.
Did they ask for one? Or
No.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's the answer right there.
Yeah. The marketplace is another priority area, really looking at redevelopment there. We definitely see that as an opportunity for mixed-use development. We are working to strategically fill the vacancies and feel like we are in a really good place there. They have several tenants, though, that are on their specialty leasing program, which means that, one, that they're under market rate, and two, that they can be moved at any time if a better lease comes along. So I've had conversations with some businesses that are in that program that would like grants, and we'll have to decide whether or not we think that it's a reasonable investment to invest in a business that may have a short-term stay there. So, but the specialty leasing program has been great. We've definitely seen additional momentum within the marketplace, and all of that creates more vibrancy and more activity. They've done a great job with landscaping and beautification, but we could, ask for better signage. There's some improvements that they can do. They were focused on Marshall Fire recovery in terms of, I think they spent $3 million on the landscaping to get that replaced.
They did, but to their point, 90% of that came back in insurance dollars. Mm-hmm. So whatever.
I was talking to, and I forget her name, but there is now a Brixmor rep.
Julie.
Julie, yeah, at the Barnes & Noble opening. She lives here?
She does.
Oh,
she
yeah.
lives in.
So actually so we should schedule a board dinner with her, and we haven't met with Brixmor in a while. So just kind of talking to them and seeing, if there's appetite for some infill projects in the marketplace, I think is appropriate.
Yeah, and Julie's great. Her role is basically the on-the-site tenant management. Mm-hmm. So she's, taking care of sidewalk issues and leaks and things like that. So then there's also a leasing contact who is in California, and then Bill Brown, who's oversees the area. So probably bring all three of them in if you were to have a discussion with them. But that is another priority area that, will be great for discussion of how we want to approach that. Business attraction, retention, and expansion is the primary focus of this role, and really trying to attract targeted retail, making sure we understand the opportunity for primary employment, and leveraging our local and regional relationships and partnerships to impact our efforts. We have great relationships with the chamber and with other regional entities within the area that are all trying to drive activity and awareness about the region. And we reach out proactively to local businesses and make sure that they're doing well. We were really lucky to have the effort with the comp plan to be able to outreach to, I would say, probably at least 90% of the businesses within the town of Superior. So that was a great touch in with the businesses to kind of get a pulse of how they're feeling, and feel really good about where we're at with the businesses, and they feel confident with being located here. Marketing is a huge effort right now, just trying to provide information to prospective businesses, make sure that people are aware of downtown Superior and that it is an opportunity site. So, other brokers within the region who might represent clients that might be expanding, it's important for us to be have a presence well beyond the Superior borders to make sure that businesses know of this opportunity. Our communications team has been phenomenal. They have done such a great job of positioning so many different communications offerings in front of not only residents, but within the region, from, you know, local information that goes out to the residents about new businesses opening to, you know, social media messages that are reaching well beyond the Superior borders. So I've continued to expand the image library, and that's something that we're going to continue to need to do if we're really pushing for print materials and marketing materials, is really trying to capture the evolution of the businesses and the different commercial areas. So that is an ongoing effort and something that needs to be refreshed, and ensuring that we're using various communications channels to reach our audience. I've had a great partnership with Better City. They had been doing economic development support for the town prior to me coming here. And I have kept on a consultant with them to do a lot of support. So admin, business programming, business list updates so that we can do attraction and retention, communications, marketing and support, graphic design, conference planning and support. They maintain our data dashboard, which has population and demographic information, helps with market analysis and other data support, and helps with, you know, presentations and things like that. So I love having them. I think it's well worth the investment. And, you know, considering the conversation you had earlier about staffing, you know, I think it's much more efficient to pay a consultant for a project load of exactly what we need versus trying to, because the town is small enough that an economic development role can cover most of the activity. It's really busy right now because of downtown and because of the marsh fire recovery. You know, the last couple of years have had a higher volume than normal, but once we're so close to build out, I think one staff person plus the consulting has been an invaluable use of resources. So great collaboration with the chamber. They continue to kind of be on the advocacy side around issues regarding wages and workforce, housing, all of those things. They continue to help support the long-term economic vitality and quality of life here by creating opportunities for engagement with businesses, networking opportunities, and marketing for the businesses. They have great leads groups and events. Their women's event is coming up in April, and that has certainly had a major regional draw. It's quite a successful event, so they're putting us on the map. They activate the business community and support, you know, service projects. They're tied in with the schools. So it's a great addition to economic development resources to be able to fund them and have them do the business outreach and really support they mostly support their members, but a lot of their members are Superior businesses. Have many local and regional partners. CBRE has done a great job of marketing downtown Superior, have a great relationship with them. Working with the SBDC to try to bring in resources to Superior, something that we've been trying to negotiate for years, and I think we're finally getting there, which is exciting. Downtown Colorado Inc. is great because they focus on downtowns throughout the state of Colorado, so we've had a lot of great marketing opportunities to get our downtown in front of brokers and businesses that may not know that downtown Superior exists. EDCC and Metro Denver EDC are our economic development organizations that support economic development within the region. Partnered very closely with CBSA on the bioscience project and did a major regional campaign with them. They definitely have a good reach within the business community that are involved in life sciences. So hopefully through that partnership, we'll be able to attract some tenants to our Coal Creek Innovation Campus. And then our Boulder County partners and commuting solutions. And then in terms of metrics and data, economic impact is really important, and that's something that we provide on all big projects. We provided an analysis for the hotel that was being built, working with different prospects. They all want to kind of evaluate what is our market, how many room nights, for example, do we think will generate. You know, we're trying to model investments here and try to help them paint a picture of what it would look like if they located here. Jobs created, I think, is an important metric, and as we get new businesses opening, all of these are net new jobs. These are not businesses that are backfilling something. These are brand new businesses that are bringing new jobs and bringing new public investment. We were successful at having a couple of companies expand in the last couple of years. We had the dance studio move, not into only one space, but they actually took 2 spaces. And then our vet also expanded, so that's great. Positive reinforcement for businesses liking to be here, that it's a good place for them. Private investment for attraction and expansion is important to kind of evaluate, and like I said, with looking at the incentives, it's really understanding how much they're investing into a project here. Prospect counts is good. It's a little challenging to kind of monitor, because when does a prospect become a prospect? Is it, you know, at the time they actually have a serious conversation, or is it at the time they're just inquiring? But making sure that we have an ongoing dialogue with prospective businesses is important. Proactive retention visits, making sure we're reaching out to businesses, not just in crisis, but thanking them for being here, knowing that they can come to us. As an example, Santiago's called me today and wanted to know about their business license. They didn't get a renewal, they missed it, and so they said, what do we need to do? And so having businesses know who they can go to and reach out to you is really important. Our vacancy rates are at the best that they've been in a very long time. I would say probably at least 5 years, if not longer.
Like forever.
So that's great. You know, we are seeing good activity here. Updates on major community projects. I know that it's hard to be patient, but projects take time, and not every project is going to move along at the pace we want it to, and being patient and making sure that the businesses know that we're here and going to support them through the entire process, and that we're going to be here in the end after they're open. It's not just getting them in the door, that this is a long-term relationship. And our web analytics, which our site is one of the top performing sites on the Superior page, and we do have a microsite that's dedicated to economic development, so it looks different, it feels different, but we do get the analysis from our town site, and we perform really well. So making sure that that website is updated, and as you mentioned, Neil, you know, the businesses want to come and they want to get the data directly from the website first. They don't want to feel like they have to call someone to be able to understand what the opportunities are.
So Jill, aside from having, let's say, a $15 million war chest for unlimited incentives, I know, right? What tools do you need that you don't have?
I think we have the tools. I think what limits us is beyond our control, right? It's population limitations, it's demographic limitations that are not something that we can necessarily change. That being said, you know, having additional housing is probably going to benefit the attraction of businesses here. And it might change the types of businesses that you can attract the more population you get, but then also there's the trade-off, right? More population requires more services, and so it's a really important conversation to have, is what the trade-off is, and how much density do you want in the marketplace? How much density do you want downtown? Does Resolute kind of incorporate residential into their sites? And so those are...
So you feel like you've got all the tools that you need right now to again, aside from unlimited war chest.
Yeah. You know, I wish that the TIF districts were accessible. I mean, that's a tool that most communities have. And, you know, when there's an increment and when property taxes increase or sales taxes increase, then that allows communities to utilize those funds. And the way that ours are set up, we just don't have that.
2038.
So that again is something we can't really influence, but
I mean, really is.
yeah, I think being creative is important, and being willing to be open-minded about what we can do and what the needs are, and understanding the risk is really the biggest challenge. But thank you, I appreciate that.
And have a private partner like Carmel bring what they can to the plate to get people signed on these, whether that's TI, you know, them contributing to that, or lease rates, or that's important too. Because you have core and shell in a lot of these places, and that's more time for the business to put in before they can open.
Right.
You know, and more costs, so.
All the soundproofing.
Yeah, yeah.
I've also tried to partner with sustainability on economic development initiatives, making sure that our businesses are aware, you know, things like bag fees, takeout containers, doing evaluations of their spaces for energy reduction, you know, whatever we can do to support our sustainability goals and translate those to the businesses. It's a little challenging here because most businesses don't own their properties, but there still is opportunity for them to make investments and or reduce some of the inefficiencies that they have within their spaces. So continuing to partner with them, knowing that that's a town priority, is important. And then on the affordable housing side, same thing, you know, really understanding that affordable housing and a mix of housing options is going to benefit the business community and benefit potentially, you know, being able to attract additional businesses to the community. So, you know, however we can support an increase in housing options here in every way, I think could have a positive economic development benefit.
Does the proximity to the BRT ever come up with the businesses? Do they care that we're on that BRT, or that their employees could have access?
I think so. I don't know how much data we have to say how many commuters are actually utilizing it. I think it was a lot more utilized before COVID. It was. And all of a sudden, especially our community, have the jobs that they have the luxury of being able to work remotely. And so I feel like there's been a significant decrease in utilization of the BRT. But that being said, you know, if you have a diverse population or add some diversity in, we very much could be a relevant site for that. And that's what I think, you know, CU in locating on the Cinnabar campus, that's exactly what they're doing. Like, all of those people will be commuters. They will not necessarily take their cars into Boulder. They will go right onto the transit from there.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, because it's a double-edged sword, right? You know, in terms of adding staff to, you know, town staff, growing our employment by 50%, you know, bringing in more businesses. No one can afford to live here, so you know we're going to be adding to the gridlock unless you know RTD steps up and increases services levels again or something. Yeah, but anyways, just curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great site. You can get to the airport from here. You can get to Boulder and downtown. I mean, it's definitely a selling point for businesses. So, yeah. And with that, that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions or.
To this point again, I'm sorry because I'm making everybody stay here, but you know, one of the benefits we have is we're in Boulder County, but we're not subject to some of the Boulder County crazy rules. Has that come up, you know, in terms of, you know, the minimum wage or where other communities are headed?
100%. Yes, restaurants are all for being here in Superior versus in Denver and or Boulder. Okay. We have plenty of businesses that are exiting Boulder that just don't want to be there anymore. There are so many issues for businesses operating there that they are looking for alternatives to make it easier to do business. So definitely seeing a lot of...
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going without wanting to, you know, tout our horn like we're not them, but we are.
How do we roll out the red carpet?
Oh, I think people know that. I mean, yeah, we definitely get a ton of accolades for how quickly we can move businesses through the development process, how quickly they can get permitted. Studio Pilates as an example, every question that they ask, we have an answer to them within the day, 24 hours. They're like amazed, and they're very on top of things. So they were like, we don't want to be waiting. And just like what you were talking about tonight, we don't want to be the holdup, right? We want to be the one that is proactively making sure that we can move them along. So I think our businesses have had great experiences, and they definitely give testimonials to other businesses about how great the process has been here.
And I'll just acknowledge that it's not lost on me what it takes from a staff perspective to have that kind of responsiveness, so I appreciate that. Thank you. It's a lot of work.
Well, and it's tricky too, because a lot of these businesses haven't done this before. So there are so many hurdles that they encounter. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know what to look for. So, helping them navigate through this process. And each one, I tell them, we're learning with you, and then we will apply what we learned to the next business, and then, give them warnings and help them to know what to be aware of so that they can encounter the same challenges.
Yeah, one of the bullet points that I wrote down when we were talking about economic development is potentially looking at prospecting in Boulder, because I was just meeting with a business this last week, and she said their rent is $8,000 a month for their space in Boulder, and $3,000 of that is just Boulder property tax that's passed on to them, which is just nuts to me. So between that and minimum wage increases and everything else, she's like, I'm exiting regardless. Like, hoping to sell, might just exit completely because it's so expensive. So having this be a resource, and then obviously staff being able to help guide through, and the chamber with their small business school, kind of, we have so many resources that between the fact that we're supportive of businesses and Boulder unfortunately isn't, if there's businesses there that I think would be a good fit, or we think would be a good fit, we should be talking to them, because a lot are sick of it. Yeah, so.
It's a tricky thing, because there is a code of ethics in economic development that we're not technically supposed to poach, but, they're...
I don't work in economics.
Yeah.
Mike doesn't subscribe to a code of ethics. Well, maybe we could just tout that we are on the bus, BRT stop on US 36. And when we're contacting these businesses, we just say it's superior to Boulder.
Right.
We are superior to Boulder. We're not poaching, we're just stating a fact that you can go superior to Boulder in one stop.
Yeah, I will say I've had tons of conversations with restaurants, coffee shops that are all from Boulder, and it's just trying to land it, it could cost, a coffee shop was kind of in the $1 million range of incentive, which is what we gave Bigsby. So, I don't know what's realistic in terms of what can activate a business to come here, but.
Well, I think the ask is,
I'd also be curious to how many coffee shops can Superior really?
More.
Like,
how many more Starbuckses can we have?
Well, what I like to think of it as is a community gathering place, right? And it's not necessarily the concept, but is a business going to provide this community gathering space and get people to connect and come together, something that you could go to more than once a week, right? Because we all go to Starbucks, probably more than we should, and that's not like once a month, right? You're going regularly. So what kind of concepts will drive that type of activity is really what I think we should be looking for.
Yeah. Coffee that doesn't cost $5 a cup.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill, and I'm going to see you again.
I'm around until next week.
All right, well, congratulations, and we're sorry to see you go, but
Thanks for everything.
thank you for everything. We're at 10 o'clock. We got Jeff's presentation that obviously we're not going to get through. And then we've got items G and H, so what does everybody want to do?
Since we only have one meeting this month, then we'll be doing until 11, but I would defer to the group. and I can suck it up pretty well.
You like you're cooked.
We could also,
I was done like a half an hour ago.
well, so we could also look at a work session in April. You get 2 off Mondays. if you want.
Matt, I mean, Jill just mentioned the fact that she wanted us to have a conversation about economic incentives before the meeting in April, but that meeting doesn't exist, right? We had the one meeting in March, and we're gonna have a meeting in April.
Yeah,
Can we squeeze in a meeting before that then to continue on the work session and have that public conversation around Eco Devo?
That's what I'm saying. We could schedule a work session in April to
The
do
only one I
just budget 101, give it some real time needed for it, and discuss incentives as well.
Just a thought to squeeze it.
I think having those two together makes a lot of sense to me, because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of wanting to understand like what's available, and then we can talk about incentives and figure out what does that universe look like, so.
And Jeff gets to go first.
And Jeff gets to go first.
That means Jeff's stayed here this whole time for nothing.
Well, no, he was here for other things.
Jeff, how long do you think it'll take you to do a decent job on it? I mean, not to just skim over it. An hour?
I have
It's 11 o'clock. Why don't you just give him his hour? He's been here.
We're here till 10, dude.
We're scheduled till 10, and I don't think that the full council has the patience and bandwidth. Of us. I have a couple of just asks for the budget presentation. So, like looking at the presentation, one thing that I'm struggling with and that I'd like to see is just kind of like an executive summary, like one pager of like expenses and then of revenues that across all departments tries to condense like personnel, office space, vehicles, program, kind of like the big ticket line items that we can understand, like what do we spend on all personnel? What do we spend on capital improvement projects? What are we spending on building maintenance? What are we spending on, like all the things that we're splitting amongst all the different funds and budgets? Because like it's too hard to see like how much do we spend on vehicles? Well, I don't know. I have to look in like 6 different spots to see, and then add them all together to see like what that one thing is. So I think it would be very helpful to be able to have like a 1-page snapshot that says, this is all of our, all $69 million of what our budget is. And to the extent possible, and I recognize that we're gonna like leave out a million things, but just some sort of like executive summary so you can kind of see the trends of like, okay, like over the past 5 years, like our personnel has expanded by 10% and our vehicle costs have expanded by 5%, something like that. Is that something that you think you can put together? Is that gonna?
I don't know about a 1-pager.
Yeah, I mean, with 14 funds, trying to put everything together in 1 page is impossible. I mean, we could do that for the general fund or specific items that you want, but trying to get it all 69 million, that's going to be, bigger than that, I think. Or I can make
11 by,
I can make
how about 11 by
huge
18?
categories.
Well, I mean, maybe some of the categories are purposefully, broad and like they're like other, but like, and it may be like $15 million of like other, but like it still allows us to be able to compartmentalize these other buckets. Because I don't think that we can really understand like the full scope of the budget and like make strategic decisions about, are we spending too much on,
Other.
whatever it is.
What if it's like, you have personnel, right? Then you have capital, and then you have debt.
And you have like
Just
operating
like I do at
expenses.
home, like transportation.
Operating expenses
consumables,
over all departments.
Insurance.
Kind of like just large buckets like that.
Yeah, I mean.
Or recurring, like.
Like 4 or 5 big bucket categories that kind of encapsulate.
You just put it all in rocket money and then it can.
And it doesn't need to be like
It's redundant.
Put it split-wise.
too detailed, right? Like, because I feel like I want to see the forest. Like, I don't want to see the trees. Like, I want to see like the,
So we wouldn't, in that scenario, we wouldn't list vehicles.
No.
Because that would be more,
If that's capital, it's capital, if it's under your
yeah.
operating.
But like I want to see the big ticket items.
Big trees.
Big, yeah, like personnel, right? Like if that's $7 million of 69, like, you know, whatever the threshold is, like 5 to,
I'm just trying to think of categories for revenues. We could break these down a little bit more, but this is what we do for each fund in the budget book.
It's a whole book.
yeah.
yeah.
88 pages.
One page.
Yeah, I mean, and the revenues are, I guess
The revenues aren't too
I'm
complicated.
less interested in it because like,
There's like a half dozen key buckets on.
yeah,
on
but
revenues.
it's really about the expenditures.
Yeah,
Like, what
because
are
the
we,
revenues are gonna be property tax, sales tax, fees,
yeah.
grants.
You can't review what we're
And Mark, to
spending,
your-
it could be reviewed if we don't know.
And Mark, to your point, on slides 6, 7, and 8 lists all the expenses, but at the top, it's like expenses 24.7 million. So if I'm understanding you, that's kind of like the roll-up of what you're looking for is, hey, our operating expenses are 24.7 and our capital expenditures are 31 million and personnel costs are whatever the personnel costs. So,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just really love to be able to say like of the $69 million that we're spending, 25% is spent on capital, 15% is on debt service, 10% is on personnel, and just be able to like have that kind of like those big ticket items summed together of all of our budgets. Because I think that'd be able to like, because I feel like it's almost impossible to try to like explain what we spend because it's split amongst all these different projects and there's sharing of expenditures and all that.
A good example, sorry, go ahead.
Are there line items or like expense account numbers that run the same in the different funds, but
Yep, yeah.
like don't those make sense to group so that we could see, like won't those capture some of the larger groups that he's talking about? I mean, transportation wise, like if it's split amongst several funds, like if you use the expense, like a line item or whatever, I don't know how you do it, but won't those capture the same categories?
It will, there's just so many of them, and yeah, it's trying to figure out what are the top 10 that you guys want to see.
Well, here's my thought. Like you've got in the general fund expenses, you've got 4.4 million for Parks, Rec, and Open Space, right? But there's also money in the Conservation Trust Fund that's dedicated to the same thing, right? So we're not seeing the full picture.
Yeah.
Right. There's 4.5 million, and then there's another $500,000 in the CTF for pools and tree enhancements. You know, yes, that's offset by lottery revenue, but I don't care about revenue. Just looking at these expenses on a horizontal basis, because you've got all these silos of expenses, and it's just trying to cut them horizontal so we see, you know, all the public works expense. Because some of the public works is in the enterprise funds, but some of it's in general fund, and some of that's labor here, but labor here. So just pull all the labor together and think about, you know, if Parks and Rec was its own animal and all this stuff was in one place, what would we spend in Parks and Rec?
Sounds like you should do it.
And we kind of do that, and that's what I was showing Mayor, but it's not broken down, because I've got here.
Right.
But it's not then personnel. So, I mean, it's trying to figure out what you guys want to see inside of these.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Of, you know, because we break it down, just so you guys all know, we break it down by general government, public safety, public works, and then Parks and Rec, debt service, and other. And we do that for every fund.
Honestly, my bias is there's, in these categories, there's employee costs and then there's everything else. Like, that's a pretty sufficient break. You know, whether it's a tree or a community program or yard waste.
And we can make this and put personnel as one and then back them out.
Yeah.
Because personnel is only in the general fund.
Yeah.
It's just by different departments.
I thought we had some personnel. Waste.
Sorry, open space.
Open
space.
And we're past 10, we're already talking about it, so.
Yeah.
But he needs like a whole nother hour of paying attention.
Yeah, she's seen it the first time, so.
More than an hour.
And she knows what, some of them, the questions will come up, don't you?
But like, it would be, the capital projects, I think that's always a large discussion during the budget. And then, what we're spending on, not necessarily like the capital projects, but I don't know, office space, like building means, I don't know.
What about like personnel, facilities, parks, rec, and open space? Equipment, so that would be
Public
like.
works,
that
capital
would be
projects.
Vehicle, yeah.
Cars.
Yeah. Just like, and I don't think you capture all of it, I think you capture chunks, and at least to
Yeah,
your point,
your
that way
debt-
you kind of see.
the
Yeah,
debt service.
service would be.
So
Yeah.
69 million.
And then everything adds up to that.
58.
And like, if there's then like an other category that is a 25% of the number, because it's just like impossible to break out because it's all just like 0.5%, that's fine. But just like be able to like understand the material pieces of the pie, slices of the pie in one document that is digestible.
I'm just laughing because the budget breaks everything out so you can see it all. Now we're like, put it back together so that we can see. Sorry.
I'm not an accountant, so.
I know.
No, but I think that's what's important for the general public, right? That's what everyone's frustration is, is not being able to understand it, because I'm in the same boat as you are. Give me a number, I'll work within that number, but I don't need to see all the little things, or I'll give you the little things, but I think the general public wants to be able to say, this is what we're spending on capital projects or whatever.
Simplify it. I mean, we're trying to be as transparent as we
Correct.
can.
No, right.
Which is
Right, we
never
have this
bad.
huge spreadsheet with all these lines in it. It shows you.
And that's why we win awards.
Right. But, people don't want to get in.
Because I mean, I think that the way we do it right now is, it is very transparent, and like, I think our staff's amazing. Like, I think we do a really remarkable job of figuring out where all the pieces of the puzzle go. But when you take a step back and like you think about it from like the resident's perspective of just trying to like understand it, it's hard to grasp unless you've like sat through budget meetings and seen the presentation. And it's also hard to understand, like, or you can see how it's like easily, oh, well, like, this particular line item in this particular fund was X this year. So like next year it should be 2% higher than X, and then 3% higher than X the next year. And like, then you just have this creature that is just consistently growing without the context of knowing what the whole thing is and why is one area growing versus another. And I just think it would be good to have like that kind of summary view of the entirety, so then we can make like strategic decisions about like, does this make sense?
My thought after being through the presentation is that these asks might be more helpful after he presents, because then you'll have better defined like ideas of what you want. Like, it's fine now, but I think some of that feeling will be addressed when he does the full presentation that already exists, and then whatever's missing after that might be.
Yeah.
I just like hate for it's like, you're not gonna be like,
No,
we're
I
gonna
mean-
come up with all these things, and then maybe we need them, maybe we don't, but we haven't even had the presentation yet for the whole board, you know?
That's fine.
We could also.
I also think that this would be something that like, we don't necessarily, it might not necessarily be right at the first draft, right? Like, and it might be something that like, we could actually dial this down a little further on this category. But hopefully, like, once it's actually built, it could then be updated every year, and then very useful for future boards, for the public, just to kind of understand the global finances of town.
Agree.
See what we can put together.
Okay. We're at 10:15. Do we want to attempt to dive into G and H, or save that for
I can clear one of them quickly.
You wanted to talk about H or
The
or G?
federal stuff.
The federal impacts analysis?
So I shared this in the social, I don't know if I sent it to the chamber. Well, I mean, I've been talking about it, but the Boulder Chamber has posted, or they're doing a survey. And I think when I initially reached out and why I wanted this on here was a couple weeks ago, and like there's been a lot of like regional and now state level reaction to everything. And so I don't think that it's anything we need to do individually, but I am gonna meet with the chamber to discuss how we link into what the Boulder Chamber is doing. I've shared this with Renee, and we have a few other things to discuss as well, like veteran businesses and acknowledging them, so totally different stuff. But I don't think like we have to, I think being available and representing our residents and sending them to the resources that is already collecting this, like I don't think we need to do anything to add to staff. And we got some assurance, like the finance committee, I don't know if you replied to the whole board or just the finance committee about some of the questions I had about what are federal links and how, if any, need to be prepared in an emergency response to like decouple those or what that looks like. But we don't give the federal government directly anything. So I guess my next question for him is, how does that come through the state? But I feel very much less worried about it now than I was a couple weeks ago, and I don't know if that's just because I'm getting used to it and it's normalizing or fatigue. But there are resources, and I see like our state legislators and our federal level state legislators are actually starting to do these things. So I don't feel like residents don't have anywhere to share what they're dealing with. It's just our job to make sure they have those lanes to go in. Sorry, that's the long, short answer to that one.
That's great. That's good. I will point out, because I'd asked Allison, right now we're still owed $3.5 million by FEMA, and I'm very much worried about coming through.
Yeah, knowing how things are even happening just with LA, and I mean, they're kind of moving forward as if we aren't going to get anything. We're not going to be supported. And so they're developing a lot of strategy with the Department of Angels to ensure that like people have support. I don't know about the individual application for like FEMA resources, but it's not looking great. And so they're like, if it shows up, great. If it doesn't, we're trying to imagine capturing whatever the needs are without it. And it's in an area where they have deep pockets to do some of that stuff.
We're also approaching the expiration of the existing continuing resolution funding the government.
11 days.
So March 14th, that expires. So in the next 2 weeks, we're either going to hit a shutdown or there's going to be a deal. And if there's a deal, the only way that there's going to be a deal is if there's at least one Democratic vote. And the only way that there's going to be a Democratic vote, I think, is if the funding deal ends up kind of removing the line item veto that DOJ has and stops terminating federal employees. And so, like, it wouldn't surprise me if, fully funding like FEMA and not playing politics with FEMA is one of the list of the lines in the sand that the Democrats include in order to get their vote, but we'll see what happens.
I don't really think the intent is to like make policy. I think their intent is to just break everything. So I fully believe there's going to be a shutdown. So
that's what we're planning.
I'd love to be wrong, but we should probably plan on it.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's a shutdown, those shutdowns don't last forever. And if there's
someone will blink.
Yeah, at some point, and there will need to be either an appropriations bill or a continuing resolution that actually funds the government, and
well,
the margins are very, very narrow.
This is just a reminder for everyone in Rock Creek that you're allowed to put garden boxes in your front yard if you want to grow vegetables for food.
Based on state law? I say there's no other way.
I'm doomsday planning at my house, so, yeah, anyway.
All right, so no need for a survey is the takeaway?
No.
Okay, well, keep us posted.
I mean, I'm not the deciding factor, but I think it would be a redundant
No,
use
no,
the
I agree.
resources, and at our level, like, we can do a lot of direct
Yeah.
communication with residents. I feel like we are in a better place because they have resources outside of us now that weren't there a couple weeks ago.
I think it's always good to survey the community, but we should be, strategic when we do it. And, we want to make sure that, like, if we're surveying them, like, obviously it takes staff time, costs money, and we need to be kind of mindful of what we want to, what sort of decisions we want to make based on the information that we're gathering. So.
And I feel like we as a town have been doing a lot of surveys recently related to the comp plan and the housing and a lot of other things.
Rockaway Parkway.
Right, so is there, concerned about survey fatigue at this point?
Yeah, that's my concern. I just have fatigue.
Yeah. All right. Done with G, done with H. G will.
I think so. I think that we should discuss it, but I don't.
All right. So we're tabling the F presentation on the budget and the employee survey for a future work session. All
And
right.
you want me to have staff send around a doodle poll to find a date in April?
Like April 7th,
Yeah.
first Monday.
The first Monday, yeah.
Okay.
If we need to talk about this before.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a true need that we need to do before the
April meeting, the first April meeting.
Also first Friday.
And let's make sure that Louisville is aware.
April 7th is transportation and safety.
I thought ours was the 31st.
3 weeks long.
I thought April 7th.
Brandon
Oh,
sent
there's a
out.
question mark though.
Yeah, he'd given us 2 days, we took the 31st.
So we're meeting on
We should
April
have an invite on
14th.
the 31st.
I've got it on the 31st.
So April 7th is open, but maybe TSC, but.
No, we're
It's not?
31st.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad, I had it in 2 spots.
My phone went to
Sleep mode.
no more color, sleep mode. Just let me-
All right, I mean, April 7th might work, so we'll doodle poll.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? You can wait, holiday lighting?
I'm good.
Clearly late.
All right,
Please
It's only
don't.
February
all right.
or March.
We will adjourn.
Good work. We should probably
Sorry,
establish
Jeff.
who's night people and who's morning.